I'm 1,000 pieces, still standing tall, a voice in the chaos. I've lived it all. I'm a wife, I'm a mother, a friend in the night, holding a broken, still holding the light. Shells in my pocket, dreams in my hands, building something they don't understand. The crafter of hope from shattered days, finding my strength in a million ways. They don't see the tears fall down in the shower. They don't know the pain behind the power. They only see me when I'm shining bright, not the battles I fight every night. But still I rise through the fire they made, through the hate, through the words they threw in my face. I'm still here, I'm still strong. This is where I belong. My ramblings in my name, I built this story through the pain. Every record I stayed by my side. You're the reason I survive. Still I rise, still I stand, with a broken heart and steady hands. They try to tear me down piece by piece, like I don't deserve a moment of peace. Was it just 'cause I didn't fit them mold? So they threw their stones and turned so cold. There are things I'll never say out loud, the kind of pain that don't need a crowd, but I carry it deep where the silence lives, and still find a way to give and give. And I smile when I go live like I'm okay, but they don't see the price I pay. I'm missing you with every breath I take, my sweet boy, my heart still breaks. But still I rose for the fire they made, through the hate, through the walls they threw in my face. I'm still here, I'm still strong. This is where I belong. Mommy ramblings, this is me. Every still chasing dreams. Every river never walked away. You're the light that got me through the grave. Still I rise, still out there, with your memory in my head. God, you carried me when I was weak. When I couldn't stand, you lifted me. More times than I could ever say. You made a way, you made a way. And I've got dreams that won't let go. A foundation built, some love I know. For my son, for the words he played. I'll turn my loss into something I remain. Yeah, I rise, now I'm stronger than before. Every scar just opened up a door. I'm still here, hear me now. I won't break, I won't smile. Mommy rambling, loud and clear. This is my voice, this is my year. Every river, every heart, you've been with me from the start. Still I rise, still I fight, turning darkness into light. I'm still your mom, and I'll build something beautiful from all this pain.
Hello. Okay, let me make sure that you guys can hear me. So, let me see. Let me put my camera on. So, if you see any swelling on where was it? Be on my face. Be on this side of my face. And I think I had some oral surgery today, and I'm going to embark on the world of implants soon. That's great. So I have to, that one tooth that was cracked. So I went to the second dentist. They were great, but he said that the way it's cracked, we could do a root canal, we could do a post, we could do a crown, and then it could end up that a year or two it's going to fail. And do you really want to spend the money on that when we can take it out? You're out of pain. We'll wait 3 months, put an implant in for you, and it'll last you the rest of your life. So I went with the implant. So I got the first part of it done today. So, and it was good that they took it out, because then he found out there was an infection in the root, which would not have been good too, and it would not have bode well for the tooth surviving anyway, because of how they held me. That other dentist, he was so pissed at them too. So anyway, they put me on antibiotics, and they gave me stronger pain pills. I said, you could give them to me. I'm not going to take them. I'm just taking ibuprofen. So, but that's where I am right now. And then 3 months, we'll start the whole implant process. So fun. Okay. Anyway, and I might have to take another ibuprofen, because I was supposed to be taking more than I am. I just took 2 of it, and it helped with the antibiotic, and I've got to take the antibiotic again before I go to bed. And that's why, just so I can't be up till 5 in the morning. I can't do it anymore. I was getting bags under my eyes, not doing that. I got to rest, got to take care of myself. 3:30 is going to be the cutoff. I want to play the word game the way we play the word game. So we will limit, like when there's going to be a cutoff, okay? And then I know people get passionate about what they're talking about, but we have to cut it off. And plus I have to cover other things. So I'm going to cover Konig and Fitz Simmons trial, which I tried to catch up with today. Boy, that Konig, did you see when they had that body cam of her coming off that trail? She was so bloody oh my gosh, blood, her hands. That was horrendous. Okay, let me find out where you guys are here. Hi, pretty girl. Hi, Motion. How are you? Hi, Jen. Music's coming through. Right. I don't come. That's not true, White Angel. Maybe you don't. A lot of people really like the music, but that's okay. Hi, Denise. How are you? So let me go with... where's my notes up here? Come here, notes. Okay, so the Konig trial. So I'm going to try to go into some of the things will be overlapping from Tuesday and Wednesday. So Arielle Konig is the wife of Gerhardt. What a name. And she testified. That Gerhardt grabbed her where he took her on this birthday hike. Now, he was upset because he said she had some, what he felt were like lustful or flirtatious texts with someone else. Remember, we talked about this early on. So he takes her up on this birthday hike. And on that hike, he grabbed her on the Puka Trail and tried to push her off the edge on her birthday. And then, what happened was she got herself away from the edge. He grabbed her, pushed her into the bushes. He grabbed a rock, hit her about 10 times with this rock. His version of the story is that she hit him with the rock, and he just retaliated and hit her with the rock, okay? These women who were actually nurses had seen her on the trail. She was calling to them, help, and then he backed off. And when she came down and they showed the body cam, you could see the blood pouring from her head and everything, okay? So under cross-examination, she admitted that she did use an encrypted app to talk to this partner using the code HALEU, Haleu, to signal when Gerhardt was nearby. Then the witness is Sarah Bushbaum, the nurse hiker. She reported hearing screams. She described how she found Arielle drenched in blood. And like I said, they showed that in the body cam. They had some cam. I don't know how they got the cam. Maybe one of the nurses had a cam or something, or someone was recording it. Gerhardt was standing by with a cold, motionless stare. Then the medical examiner came and she confirmed scalp lacerations were consistent with approximately 10 strikes from a blunt object, which was the lava rock. And then there was a witness, the FBI digital analyst, detailed the FaceTime call Gerhardt made to his son. The analyst confirmed the son initially thought his father was saying goodbye because he had hurt Arielle, which the prosecution is now framing as a confession of intent. Okay, and then again, they showed that that body cam on there. So, yeah, it's pretty damning stuff, you know. And then for someone that had to be hit with the rock, it doesn't sound like that, right? So now when Arielle first went on the witness stand, she began by reading a birthday card that Gerhardt had gave her the morning, calling her Angel Face. She testified that they were taking a selfie at the Konig Trail when he grabbed her arms and said, "I'm so effing sick of this shite. Get back over there." She testified that he pushed her towards a 1,000-foot drop, and she threw herself to the ground, and then they ended up getting like in this bush, and then she says he tried to stab her with a syringe, and when the syringe failed, she said he bashed her in the head with that lava rock 10 times, saying, "You're done. We're done with you." Okay, and let's see. What else did we have here? Oh, the forensic pathologist confirmed the syringes found at the scene contained midazolam, a hospital-grade sedative Gerhardt had access to as an anesthesiologist, okay? All right. So, yeah, I mean, you want to catch up on that? Try to catch up on that. Let's see what we've got any more on that. Okay, and then Kelsey Fitzsimmons took the stand, right? So I think we talked about, let me see, maybe we didn't get to Tuesday. Patrick Noonan, that was her partner. He resumed from Monday. He testified he was in complete shock when Kelsey pointed her gun and it didn't fire. And then there was a struggle, he said, as he stood up from the stand to emulate the stance that Kelsey took, holding the gun with her strong hand and supporting the top with the other. Under a heated cross-examination by Timothy Bradel, Noonan admitted he was unsure if she had successfully racked the gun. He confirmed he fired twice in rapid succession because she was a moving target. When asked about his state of mind, he said, "She tried to kill me. I stopped when she stopped." And then Officer Timothy Houston was on. He testified the team was on edge because they knew Kelsey had been sectioned, and that's an involuntary psychiatric hold, before. He was downstairs holding Kelsey's 4-month-old son when he heard Noonan yell her name, followed by 2 shots. He ran upstairs to find her on the floor. He testified she repeatedly said, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Then Officer Stephen Core testified to securing Kelsey's gun. There was a cross-examination by Bradel, highlighted that Core didn't write a police report about this until 30 days later. Then Wednesday, today, Kelsey Fitzsimmons took the stand, and I watched her whole direct, and Kelsey took the stand in her own defense. She was very emotional, stating that when the officers came and they gave her that restraining order, and she saw in the restraining order she had to hand over her son, she was going to have to hand over her gun, she felt that she wasn't going to be able to afford her house anymore, and her whole life essentially was going to be gone in just a few seconds. And then she told them that her weapons were downstairs, and they said, "Why did you do that?" And she said because she had intended to go take her own life, because that everything was going to be taken from her in just a few minutes. He had taken everything. So she had lost her fiance, she's now losing her baby, she's losing her house, even her dog, taking her dog too. Everything, okay? So she said she never pointed it at Noonan, her fellow officer never did that. She pointed it at herself, she said, and she said it never happened, that it was pointed at him. She explained she was in a mental health crisis because she was losing everything that day. Custody of her son, everything, okay? Now, let me get back to, hold on, I have something else there. She said she was confused and surprised by the restraining order. And when she saw her 4-month-old's name on it, she snapped and wanted to be alone with her firearm to end her own life. Neighbor Maureen Teresi testified that Noonan told her, "I wasn't going to let her get a second shot." And the defense is using that to show that Noonan wasn't scared. He was aggressive and hunting her. Let's see. And when they were doing the cross of Noonan, Bradel asked if Noonan called Kelsey a whack job to a neighbor. And he says, "It's possible, after she tried to kill me." And Bradel read from Noonan's July 3rd statement where he said Kelsey gave him a death stare and looked right through him. Noonan admitted he forgot to mention that in his current court testimony. And Bradel challenged Noonan on his previous claim that he gave commands between the shots, and Noonan admitted under pressure, "Yeah, I pulled it twice in rapid succession." Let's see. There's something else here. Okay, and then Lieutenant Michael Bonasoro from MSP Firearms ID Unit, he held up Kelsey's gun for the court. He found 16 live cartridges in the magazine and 1 loose one. He testified there were no malfunctions found in any of the firearms, including Kelsey's. Make sure that we've got. Okay, and then more on Bradel hammering Noonan on his memory of the shooting. He admitted under cross that he fired 2 shots in rapid succession because he believed that Kelsey was racking around into her gun. Officer Stephen Kaur testified to securing the scene, but the defense pointed out that he didn't file his official report on the weapon recovery until 30 days later, suggesting the chain of custody was sloppy. Kelsey was on the stand and testified for 90 minutes. She stated she never pointed her gun at Noonan. She wanted to take her own life. "I never pointed the gun at a fellow officer. It never happened." She lied about where her guns were because she wanted to be alone with her firearm to end her life after her son and everything else was being taken by him through this restraining order. And then there was the cross-examination. Gubatos pushed her to admit that an officer dealing with a mental health crisis involving guns is a volatile safety concern. She agreed. He argued her actions, regardless of intent, created a lethal threat. Now, at 1 p.m., the defense rested. Closing arguments are set for tomorrow. And again, this is a bench trial, so it's quick, right? So closing arguments are tomorrow. And then, let me see what, I'm going to go back to the chat before I go and bring up Savannah Guthrie's. Hi, Linda. Hi, Sandra. How are you? You guys can all hear me well, I hope. I think you would have told me by now, right? Let me see. Let me just make sure. Testify. Yeah, good. Okay. I have the stupid headphones off. Hi, Frilly Farmhouse. How are you? Let's see what you're saying about those 2 things before we move on. Oh, thanks, Jen, for loving the music. Okay. What case? Frilly Farmhouse. I was recapping Kelsey Fitzsimmons in Massachusetts. That's the police officer that was shot by a fellow police officer. Remember that? She was engaged to a firefighter. There's a whole hullabaloo with a 4-month-old son, and we've gone over it before. Hi, Chrissy. And then the other thing was the Hawaii trial of Gerhardt Coning, who tried to allegedly throw his wife off a cliff. Firmly, you joined. I'm glad you firmly joined the channel, Motion. Thank you. Consider becoming a member and really becoming a true rambler. That would be great. We'd love that. We'd love to have you as a rambler. Let's see here. I just want to see if there were any questions on any of that. I don't know if any of you, I know Jen is probably with the Kelsey, but I don't know. I know Murder, I think, is watching the Konig trial. I don't know how many else are watching either of those trials. But now we're going to talk about Savannah Guthrie. I did an interview with Hoda Kotb, and let me see here. What's this stupid thing here? She did an interview with her, and they put out little excerpts of it today. And in it, Savannah's very upset and says that she wakes up every night in the middle of the night, terrified about what happened to her mother. And let me see if I put a direct whatchamacall quote. Let's see here. And it was you could see it's very emotional. I believe it's going to air tomorrow. It's going to be 2 parts, I believe, and it's going to air tomorrow and Friday. So let's see. She told Hoda, "We are in agony. Someone needs to do the right thing." And she said that if we are in agony, we are in agony. She really stressed that. She admitted to waking up every night in the middle of the night, imagining the terror that her 84-year-old mother, Nancy, felt when she was abducted. She confirmed that digital evidence now shows a masked man was at her mother's house 3 weeks before she vanished, suggesting a dry run or stalking. Okay, let me see what else we got on that. Okay, let's see what we got. Savannah shared a message to anyone who may have information, saying that someone needs to do the right thing. In a preview of the interview, Savannah speaks of the agony she and her family are experiencing. "I imagine her terror, and it is unthinkable, but those thoughts demand to be thought, and I will not hide my face." Her full interview with Hoda will air in 2 parts on Thursday, March 26th and Friday, March 27th. Savannah's opening up for the first time about the agony of her mother's abduction. In an excerpt of the upcoming interview, she shared an emotional talk with Hoda about how she wakes up every night imagining that again, they didn't release much, just someone needs to do the right thing, and that they're in agony, and she wakes up every night in the middle of the night, every night. "And in the darkness, I imagine her terror, and it is unthinkable, but those thoughts demand to be thought, and I will not hide my face, but she needs to come home now." And then she said, "I wanted you to know that I'm still standing, and I still have hope, and I'm still me. I don't know what version of me that will be, but it will be. I'm holding on to my faith. I still believe." So that is that. So tomorrow and Friday, it's going to air in 2 parts. All right. So I'm sure that will, I don't know how much more she'll say, but we'll see, right? Okay, next. Now there is, let me go to, see what's, if whoever hired kidnapper Nancy Guthrie was not interested in money, was crazed, jealous relationship, and he was told no drugs. I still believe what I believe. It was, I believe, and even Jimmy now has come and said he thinks what I think here on this, that it is somebody that, it wasn't for Savannah. It was somebody, I think something that happened with Nancy in some capacity, either through the homeowners association, through something political over there, could be something that was harbored for 10 or 15 years, could have had something to do with not selling her house to someone or just doing something. I think whoever it was totally carrying this. The right opportunity presented itself, and I think that very easily people could have been hired from Mexico extremely easily to carry something out. And that's what I believe. And I don't believe the ransom notes are real. I don't. Okay, now, but we're not talking about ransom notes tonight. We're not. It's not allowed. It's enough. Okay. Let's see. Savannah keeps asking for help. It continues to avoid this. Okay, let's see. Someone's saying. I'm just looking at Twitter to see any of the latest updates, okay? And there's not many. There is, let me see here. It's heating back up in Tucson, they're saying. What is heating back up? Law enforcement focusing on the right side of Nancy Guthrie's home, on the outside, not inside. That's February 4th. Why is somebody just tweeting that? Why did searching... What? Okay, never mind. That's an old thing that someone's tweeting. I don't know why they're doing that. Who's doing this now? Oh, Ashley Banfield made alive. She did it last night when we were live. I actually saw that there was blood inside the home. Well, we knew there was blood inside the home, but apparently her source told her there was blood inside the home, and it's just right inside the threshold, and it stops. She says it's not in the bedroom, and it's not in anywhere else in the home, just right over that threshold, just right inside there. But we've known that for a long time. But she said that was her source that was saying that. She didn't mention a broken lamp. Let me see here. I don't know where they're saying it's heating up there because I don't see that. Brian Enton speaks to one of the board supervisors about Sheriff Nanos. Okay, everybody's so focused on the sheriff and ending his career that, okay, what about anything that's going on? Let's see. People are saying that Annie and Cameron were at Nancy's house today, and they said Cameron did a cam back to somebody, not even a wave or hello. How do we know it was for sure them? A neighbor of Nancy Guthrie says his dog suddenly woke him up on dates tied to her case. Little details like that add up to a lot. Let's see what else we've got. So yeah, so on Ashley Banfield, and I had listened to that. Actually, I listened to that a little bit before last night's video because it was the one that aired last night, right before, maybe a few hours before we went live, and I did take some notes, and we can take some call-ins in a minute. And let's see, I'd like to get some new callers on too. Dr. Valentin was speaking with Ashley and said that the blood droplets are just over the front entrance and that's it, and they're drip stains, most common. There's no energy associated with them. It's just gravity pulling the blood down. An object, in this case Nancy, is the source of the blood, and where it stops, how it comes down, and then on that walkway, and then it stops. Now, he says, like what I said, okay, she was either readjusted, okay, then put into a vehicle, and that's why it slowed down considerably, and there was only maybe one drop, and then put into a vehicle and taken out. But he says there's blood in that vehicle no matter what, and even if they cleaned it, most people only clean blood to the point that the red is out, but we know that with a reagent like luminol, it'll bring back that reaction. It'll show where the presence of blood, right? So that's what he was saying. And then she's saying, like, well, haven't we lost so much time? If it's a car, we don't even know. We don't even have a suspect car or anything, right? Okay, but he says about that thing about repositioning, or so, like, when he came out, he may have noticed the blood. It doesn't mean that she was injured there. She could have had an injury in the bedroom, took a while to bleed, and by the time it did, that's when it started. That's when he noticed it, and then he could have repositioned her as he got through those two doors when he saw the blood, and that's why it stopped to almost nothing going down the walkway, right? Let's see. Did in a car and taken away is what he's saying, and then he's a blood stain pattern specialist. Again, there's blood in the vehicle. And that's critical because it puts that car at the house. Source of the bleeding, it begins inside. She was taken from her bed in the dark of night, but only blood was found by the front door, not in the bedroom. And he says, you know, you've got to, sometimes you miss things because you're already thinking that, okay, well, if the blood starts here, this is where something had to happen, and that is not true. Okay, so yeah, they talked about that, and then a lot of the talk about the blood droplets. And remember somebody saying something about a donut shape, and in the middle it was oxygen, and it meant it was like aspirated blood, or was this heat? He's saying no, that's not true. Nope, that doesn't mean that at all. So there's another whole thing on that, and he also talked about how that means it's drying, and he said it wouldn't matter the reporters or anything that were over that blood. That blood was dry, I think he said, within 10 to 20 minutes, and it's a drying pattern on that tile. And he goes on and on about all of that, okay? So yeah, that's some of the stuff there. Now, let me go to the chat and see what's cooking on the chat. Let's see. Where's chat? Here's chat. Hi, Terry. How are you? Hi, Zigzag. B-Lady, are you calling in? Are you calling in? Oh, there you are, Lasso Lacey. Hi. You think you might check Fitz Simmons' trial? Well, Fitz Simmons is going to closing arguments tomorrow. And I don't know how long until the judge makes a decision. She was on blood thinners. You bleed easily. When I was on them, a tiny scratch like a crime scene. Yeah. Let's see. Zigzag said, and not to mention the skin tear would bleed a lot because I believe she was on blood thinners. She was. Yes, she was on blood thinners. B-Lady, and he did a lot of fraud, stealing identities. Who was stealing the identities? Who's stealing the identities? What is going on? Who's stealing the identities? What's up? Terry, did you happen to watch any more videos about... That is though his channel though, B-Lady. I mean, that is his channel. I don't believe that. That's not true, B-Lady. That's not true. Most of his lawsuits were dismissed as frivolous. Did you know that? Most of them were so frivolous they were dismissed. It's not from his lawsuits. He made a lot of money in Tucson, that's for sure. But I don't know where you heard that. Most of his lawsuits were all dismissed. But I don't know why we're talking about that. Are you calling in, B-Lady? You said you were calling in tonight. Are you calling in? Yeah, I know, but we don't really discuss other channels here. And especially, I don't want to get involved with this. I don't, because let that play out in the court. Let that play out in the court. We don't need any more stuff here. Okay, and your point? He was in prison for 9 years, and? What's the point? People, what's the point that he was in prison for 9 years? So is Mark Wahlberg. I don't know, for 9 years. So is Tim Allen. And your point? Okay. She's a reporter. It's a little different, White Angel. But Pretty Girl didn't care. What do you mean she didn't care? She didn't care about what? I've asked you a few times. You said you wanted to call in, B lady. I'm asking you if you're going to call in. I feel like you're talking in riddles here. Hi, Heather Snoopy. You can't follow, so I just pulled it back. Okay, you don't have to appear on camera. I think yes, I've already looked at Caroline Casper. What was her name? Casper. We looked at her. We did. We looked at her like a while ago. Oh, you keep answering me, not tonight. Why? Because of your hair, you don't have to appear on camera. You know that none of them show their faces. Why do you think you have to show your face? You don't have to show your face. That's okay, Frilly. Not one voted. Oh, you don't believe in it? Okay. I already went over Fitz Simmons. I just went over Fitz Simmons. It's going to closing arguments, and I already went through that. You have to back it up. Okay, so anyway, I'm just going to put some ground rules here because sometimes when people get up, then it gets crazy, okay? Little lady, hi little lady, how are you? How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. We've been praying for you. I am not staying up past 3:30 tonight. I am going to start the word game at 3 a.m. At 3 a.m. I'm going to start the word game, and I'm not going to play it while other people are talking. We're playing the word game because people do like the word game, and we're going to play the word game the way we like to play it. Hi, K-Love. And we're not going to talk about the ransom note any longer because that has been a horse that has been beaten over and over and over and over and over again. And I don't want to talk about other creators. And I don't want other creators bad-mouthed and things like that. I don't want that. I really don't. So I don't think I have been as vocal. It could have been because I was dealing with this issue as I should have. I don't want profanity, okay? Because I noticed there's been some F-bombs going off and other things. I don't want profanity. And I don't want anybody with an opposing view to be called stupid or, oh, there they go. And, that's not nice. That is not nice. Like how Margaret was treated the time Margaret was here. That's not nice. It's not going to fly anymore. Okay, so yes, Terry, I did. I went over the recap earlier in the program. And that's all. Just because it's going on a little bit too long. Yeah, F-bombs. And like last night I was exhausted. And I should have said something earlier. It's my own fault. Okay, so I just have to, that's it. We just have to have some boundaries. And I would love to have some new callers calling in as well. We don't want to monopolize on like just a certain thing. Okay? Yeah, you could always rewind, Terry. They're going into closing arguments. Look at that. I did that and my hand started tomorrow. And I don't like to like be like that, but it's like it's too much. And then we had people like really upset, and people were upset about stuff. I don't like that. Margaret got upset. I don't like that. Murder had been upset. We're not playing the word game like we should. And then, and different things are being said. So I want to just like stop. If someone has an opposing view, it's okay. That's it. We don't talk about other creators here. We don't. That's been our rule. It doesn't matter whether you mention the first 3 initials of their name or their entire channel name. We don't know what's going on. We don't need to bring their personal life here. We don't. Okay? I'd rather keep it out of here. We have enough going on with our community. Like, we don't need... And the whole thing is like, it's a very judgy. We don't know what's going on. Okay? I don't think anybody here knows what's going on. And why are we bringing it here? We're not discussing that. Like, if there's something that Nancy Grace or something is, like, she's different, so she's bringing there. But I don't think Nancy Grace should be bashed either, or, anybody. Hasn't looked. Well, I felt kind of insulted when a man on panel say things like, "I can't believe no one in chat hasn't looked into this after I mentioned it." I don't know what you're talking about, but then why don't you come on panel and make it known? Then make it known. No, they shouldn't. The people on panel should not be making fun of our chat. That's not flying. And people in the chat shouldn't be making fun of the host, as I was made fun of last night, as Scooter was made fun of, as Margaret was made fun of. None of that should be going on either. Okay? I mean, we're not playing in the sandbox in kindergarten. We're adults. So that's always been that. We don't discuss other creators. Especially not like it's one thing if you say, okay, I saw on another channel, you could just say, you don't have to mention the channel, this theory, that theory, this theory, that theory. That's fine. But we don't need to come in and start talking about their lives and stuff. Like, where does that, what's going on here? I don't know. That's not good. That's not nice, right, Heather? That's not nice. Yeah, well, that nobody should be doing that. I also was told that maybe I could learn things on how to be a better host and everything, and that Scooter was told she's immature and all of this stuff. There were a lot of really bad things posted. I just had someone just say to me, we don't come here for the music, Carolyn. We don't come here for that. We come here for the conversation, which is also another double slam to me, right? Because you're going to tell me you don't like the word game we play. You don't like the music we play. You don't like me as a host. You're not here for me. You're not here to hear me. You are here for other people. That's fine. You don't like anything about this channel, then I don't know. Why? I wonder why you're here at all then. Just to insult people? To make Scooter feel bad? To make Margaret feel bad? To try to make me feel bad? Okay? but it's enough. It's a bunch of BS is what it is, and it's a bunch of petty drama, and I know where it's coming from, so just cool it. My goodness. And people like word cookies. And if you don't like word cookies, then you can, you don't have, no one's forcing you to stay. And if you don't like me as a host and you don't like the way I cover things, then this isn't the channel for you, I guess. But to come and throw it in my face, I mean, that's just rude and that's mean. It's just mean. It's mean-spirited. Yes, and I called Margaret, and I emailed Margaret, and I said, don't you let anybody make you stay away. We love you, Margaret, and we want you here. And I don't care if Margaret doesn't feel the same way as I do. If she has a thought on this case, then her thought should be given as much clout as anyone's. You don't discount someone's ideas. It's just like, to the point, like you could say, I disagree with you. I think you're wrong. Okay, but when you start saying, that's stupid that you feel that, you must be dumb. That's mean. And that's uncalled for, completely. That's completely uncalled for. She was not, oh my gosh, Scooter was joking, White Angel, when she said that, because we had trolls coming in here and do that. A rambler? Well, it's what we call our community members. When you become a member, you're a rambler. That's what it is. It's Mommy Ramblings and the Ramblers. Yeah, but people should have conflicting ideas, but not personally attack someone by calling their ideas stupid. That's the thing. Right, if you start name calling, you've lost it. You can not agree with someone and just say, look, I could say to Space, look, I don't agree those ransom notes are real. But if I, start saying, oh, you're so stupid. How could you believe that? You must really be a moron. That's not cool. But do you know that Margaret was told something similar to that? And that's not okay. So it's got to stop. Yeah, I don't like it either, Terry. And I don't even think like, okay, you could say, hey, I noticed on another channel they made a mistake when they said this. We don't have to call the person out with the F plus minus and they're terrible and this and that, because it's enough. It's just enough. Margaret doesn't have a channel. She's here under Margaret Bobby. You're in the background listening? Yeah, I know. And it's making a lot of people uncomfortable. And it's making a lot of people, and like I said, I was dealing with an issue. I had to have oral surgery today. I have been in an issue. I've been between not having the power, the birthday of my son, then this whole issue that I was dealing with for about a week now, which I just had the oral surgery today. But then I just thought, I said, I can't go on like this. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like people I respect and care about very much are being made to feel that they either can't voice their opinion or they can't come on panel. I don't know what's going on. Scooter was joking. Right, she was joking, Rosalita, but she got told some really, really bad stuff. And it's not okay. She's joking and it's very, very hurtful. It's like, I don't understand why people have to treat people like this. You could have a totally different point of view of me, but I'm not going to call you stupid, because if that's what you think, that's what you think. And if I'm your friend, I'm going to accept that. Okay? We may not agree or like the same person or whatever it is, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to write you off because of it. I'm big enough to be friends with people like that. Yes, I had oral surgery today, yes. So, but she keeps saying the same thing that I don't, okay, there's no need for her to mention money. She was joking because there was a troll, and then you accused me of being the troll, White Angel. You forgot? You said that was a really good way I was probably the troll and asking for the money when you knew that it wasn't me because I was up here talking to people. But yeah, I don't need to do that, okay? That's rude. And you've been real rude to me. And it's not funny. And it's like, somebody's not, who's your friend or is not going to say that, the stuff. And it's just like, I don't know what's the deal. Yes. Yes, go ahead, B-Lady. We don't know, but it was a troll, Terry. And then Scooter was just making a joke about it. And then next thing I see is like Scooter being called immature and this and that. And that's not it's not okay. Yeah, they tossed the troll, Terry, but the troll came back under a few different names. So, oh, thank you, B-Lady. I mean, I'm trying to be, I just think, like, come on, this world is so crazy. It doesn't need more hate. We've really got to come together, and there should be a place where we can, even if we don't agree on a thing, it shouldn't affect, how we treat each other, right? Is it really that important? I can be friends with people that we don't agree on every single point. I have a lot of friends I don't agree with on every single point. It doesn't, because their friendship to me is more, like, come on. I could be friends if somebody wants to believe a ransom note and I don't think I should believe a ransom note. Okay, well, that's it. I could say, like, hey, I don't believe it for this, but I'm not going to call them names. And and I like the music, and kindness does matter. It does. Oh, that's nice, Scooter. And if you want me to do that song, you have to send me some things so I know what to put in the lyrics, okay? If you send me the stuff I asked for, I'll make you the song. But yeah, I mean, and Scooter was joking last night about the ransom thing, but I guess James or Jason took it seriously. And then we went on another 2-hour tangent about the ransom thing, so we've got to just scale it back a little bit. So yeah, for Apple. But you have to tell me certain things you want in there, okay? So I can do it. Do it. Then I can do it. And I'll make it nice. Did I see your medical? She won't talk about her? Yeah, sometimes don't you go through things like that? Like sometimes you want to, sometimes you don't. Like, I don't know. I think it's very normal to go through, but wanting to and maybe not wanting to, maybe part of her still is a little bit of denial, and sometimes that, yeah, So many things. You have a really good channel here. Thank you, Terry. Yeah, we do have a really good channel, and we have really good people. And that's what I'm saying. I don't want to be people getting upset, because they shouldn't be. People shouldn't be attacked for what they believe. On the topic, how do you make these songs? I write the lyrics. I write the songs that make the whole world sing. Oh, I forgot to look at Barry Manilow. I forgot they had some update on Barry Manilow. Did anybody see the update on Barry Manilow? I missed it. I'm a fan of Low. I hope he's doing okay. All right, we can talk about it. All right, yeah, you have to let me know. Then I can do the lyrics. Now, what kind of medical question did you have? Let's see. Medical question. You're setting up an appointment tomorrow. Oh, about a back pain implant? I don't know anything about that. I imagine you have to go through a psychiatric thing because they probably, I don't know, want to make sure that I don't know, that you're okay. Because I think maybe could you is that one of those things where you just like step up the medicine? Is there any way that somebody could do something detrimental to themselves, if you know what I mean? What do you maybe that, right? Right, we use humor, Rosalita. I get the humor. I use humor sometimes in very dark situations. And, you know, I think a lot of us were using humor the other night. But it's like, we just got to dial it back a little bit, because it's like, whew. Yeah. You laugh or you cry, and of course you do both, but most people would rather laugh. Anyway. Oh, good night. Your magnesium's kicking in? Your magnesium makes you sleepy, Frilly? I just got some magnesium. It makes you sleepy? Does it have melatonin in it or something? You can't be near a microwave. Yikes. You're talking to the wrong person. They gave me pain pills for my tooth. I told them, you can give them to me. I'm not going to take them. Hey, thank you, Motion, for just joining the channel. Appreciate that. They bruised my lip over here. You see this today? They bruised my lip when they were doing my stuff. Oh, I can be near. Oh, you can be near a microwave? Oh, it relaxes you, really? Just magnesium? That's good to know, because I wouldn't want to take that. Like if I was driving somewhere, if it's going to make me that relaxed, I'm going to get so sleepy. Right? Okay. Now, if anybody wants to call in, they can send an email. I think we scared Jason and Space Cat with the with the boundaries, but it's okay. We can't. We gotta dial it back a little bit. Oh, only before. Okay. Let me see something. Okay, I just got a message from James. The topics tonight, I'm not really prompt. Okay. Well, James, if you want to weigh in on I did mention the blood spatter. If you want to weigh in on that, you're welcome to come up and weigh in on that. That's fine. I'll send you a link if you want to weigh in on that, because I have mentioned that and got through my other topics. So you're welcome to come up. Oh boy, what happened here? What is this? Get that out of here. Okay. And I'll send to receipt. Okay, anybody else that wants to come up, just let me know. And those of you that are in Slack, you're already there, so you know what you're doing. We've got it's 11:41. We have a few hours before we play bird. I'd probably like to start word cookies by 2. The mole in the middle of the eyes of Nancy's kidnapper is quite interesting. The mole? Oh, I don't know the mole. Hold on, I have to take another ibuprofen. I was supposed to take, I guess, let me see, it's been about 4 hours, so let me take 2 more. Hang on a minute. I take 2 more IBUs. Mr. Wu, where are you? Margaret. Call in, Margaret. I saw Margaret in the comments. It's like a lump. I don't know. There was something today in Indiana. Did you see that? A lady that killed her boyfriend and his parents. Did you guys see that? Let me look at that. Did you guys hear about, somebody wanted me to look into the hockey recorder? Why am I? La 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 la. Seemed like I was freezing. About the hockey the hockey reporter that died in a house fire? Did you guys see that? With her 3 kids, and the husband was away on business? This is the one I was thinking about. This Indiana woman. She killed her boyfriend and his parents. This one right here. Right here. Uh-oh, where'd you go? Right there. She killed her boyfriend and his parents. Let's see if she lives over by you, Scooter. Will County. Indiana woman's been charged with the murder 3 times after her boyfriend and his parents were found shot to death in their home. Will County Sheriff's Office said that Jenna Strubble, isn't that funny? Her name is Trouble with an S in the front. She was always Trouble, right? That's weird when you have a name like that. She was 30 years old. She had an on-again, off-again relationship with Jacob Lambert, 32. He was found dead in a vehicle Monday in the driveway of his Crete Township home. The pair had children together. His parents, Stacy Ford, who was 54 years old, okay, and Patrick Ford, 55, were found dead inside the home near the front door. Now let me just see something here, because I've always got to do the quick calculations over here. Where's my pen? Hold on, let me just see something. Okay, so let me just do buttons on a shirt. Okay. Anyway, now they were found dead inside their home near the front door, the parents, 54-year-old Stacy Ford and Patrick Ford, who was 55. And Strubble, you could find Strubble in St. John, about 8 miles away, across the Indiana state line. Maybe she lives, maybe she's on the Indiana state line, though, Scooter. She probably is by you, right? The sheriff's office was called to the scene 2 a.m. Monday by a concerned family member who requested a welfare check. Strubble, a native of Indiana, is being held at the Lake County Jail, awaiting extradition to Illinois to face the charges. So, yeah, you got that, right? That's how she deals with it now. Those kids are going to be essentially orphans. She took their grandparents away, and we wonder why these, and then... It's so crazy. Okay? We talk about why anybody would do anything. A complaint about loud music on Florida's East Coast on Monday turned out to be an hours-long standoff and shootout with the police and left a suspect, a 53-year-old woman, dead. Okay? We were talking about that. Is somebody really going to do this because Nancy pissed them off? Or, yeah. This is the world we're living in, right? It's crazy. A teacher's aide slams a 13-year-old special needs student into a window in Michigan. Okay. California nanny was arrested for abusing a toddler at a park. This is our world. This is why I'm saying... There's a search for a missing South Carolina teen girl and her infant daughter. What happened here now? What's going on over here now? Teen girl and her infant daughter? It says South Carolina. It says police in Florida continue to search for a missing Konig County, South Carolina teen and her 4-month-old girl. 15-year-old Jasmine Sakinen and the infant were last seen Friday night at a residence on Yellow Bell Road in Walhalla. Saturday, they learned the infant does require a special kind of baby formula. So therefore, because of these reasons, the missing person unit considers them endangered. Sheriff's Office spokesperson Jimmy Watt said. Watt also said there is currently not an active search since the teen left on her own voluntarily and there's no vehicle description. So at this point, they're just going to use what is going on here? There's no active search for them because she left on her own? Okay. And then a California man assaulted his ex-wife and kidnapped their 4-year-old son. There's an Amber Alert there. Craziness, huh? Okay. Let me get back to the chat. Yeah, a lot of crazy stuff going on. Crazy, crazy. Let's see if Scooter says she knows where this girl's from. Do you know where this girl is from? The children will have no mother and no... Exactly, Terry, right? And how will those children grow up? And what kind of baggage are they already carrying before they probably even have begun? You don't see you, I look for you. You don't see me, Amy? That's not good. What do you mean you don't see me? How do you not see me? I'm right here. How do you not see me? Billy. You don't see me on YouTube? Like, you mean you don't get notifications or anything? Is that what you're saying? You don't see the stuff I put up? Yeah, of course for the children. I mean, isn't that the most horrible thing? You can't even have your childhood, right? When everything is supposed to use a carefree child and stuff, and now you've been completely robbed of all that, and everything where you should feel safe and everything is just ripped from you. Now you've lost your mother, your father, your paternal grandparents. That is horrendous. You know, if there's anything, this is probably why so many things are happening like they are, right? People are just crazy. They have custody battles. They think they're better off. I don't know. Oh, she was talking about Scooter? Oh, okay. See, I was jumping to conclusions, little lady. Oh, you thought she didn't see you. Oh, never mind. Never mind. So Savannah's going to do a 2-part interview with Hoda Kotb. It's airing tomorrow and Friday. What did you just buy? Oh, you're waiting for White Angel to apologize? Get in line. Get in line. Step right up. Step right up. Get in line. She still hasn't apologized to me for that other thing she said ages ago. Yes, Today's Show. Step right up. Step right up. Yeah, it's 2 parts. I get their segments aren't very long, you know. You know, it's like regular TV. It said there's always like, oh, we don't have time, so here it is, the finished product. That's what I liked when they started with cable TV, because then they would show something from start to finish. Whereas like always on the TV, they just like roll out something and just show you the end product. Hated that. And then of course YouTube videos where you see everything from start to finish, right? Yeah. How could you put a link? You can't put a link in the chat. Oh, you just put the name? New subscriber, Jordan Pinky. Thank you. Thank you for subscribing, Jordan. Maybe they hear voices. Everybody knows if you purchase from Amazon, you can help the channel by just using the Amazon affiliate link that's in every one of my videos. And it's nothing for you guys to use that. It doesn't cost you a dime. And what Amazon does is it throws back a few pennies of the sale to me, which helps the channel, and you're buying the item anyway. So it either Amazon gets more or you pass that along. So that's always nice if you can use the Amazon affiliate link. And all you have to do is just click in on that Amazon. Once you click in Amazon, you can go anywhere and purchase anything. How come I don't see? Didn't you see the leaf? The leaf went up there and it said that Jordan subscribed, a new subscriber. He's not the one on trial, B-lady. She's on trial. He's not on trial. Yeah, you can use Prime. You just shop as you normally do. Once you go into the link, you shop as you normally do. There are many people wandering the streets of our cities who need mental help. Yeah, there's a lot of people who need mental help and are not getting it. Exactly. We have a big problem. Thank you, Amy. Amy, did you hear I had oral surgery today? Yikes. They were really good, but I have to get an implant in 3 months, Amy. I'd like to see Rebecca again. She was so much fun. So, I mean, Arizona should be getting real, I think it's going to get warm over here, so Arizona should be getting toasty, right? Scooter, did you see I got special sunshine seltzer? Sunshine special. You're scared of what? What? You're scared of what I have to do? Wait. You're scared of what? What are you scared of? What are you scared of, Amy? You're a huge sunflower grower. I appreciate you can. Yes. Well, sunflowers always remind me of my son, too. We used to always grow huge sunflowers. Hi, Video Reel. Sunshine in a can, right? Yeah. So anyone that wants to call in. Oh, the full mouth. So what are you going to do? You knew who had those? I'm pretty sure Rebecca had them. But Amy, don't you have to get, if you're doing full mouth, don't you have to get all of your teeth pulled and then wait 3 months? Because I have to wait. I got a back, they're doing an implant back here. But I have to now wait 3 months before they can even start to do the implant. And that's just one here. Root canals, I've had my share of root canals. You did read that Corey's children have been adopted by his sister. I'm not sure they've been adopted. I don't know how they could have been adopted yet, B-Lady. I'm not sure where you heard that. She has them. I'm not sure they're legally adopted. I don't even see how that would be possible. I don't think Corey's rights have been terminated. Yeah, I don't think that's I don't think that's true. That would, I don't think they can just do that. Anyway, I don't know if it would be custody. But you would have people's children still visit them that they, there's people that's kids visit them in prison. Chad Daybell's kids, I believe, still go see him. So what are you going to do, Amy? So what do you do? I know, it's crazy how much they cost. I think everyone costs $4,000. Nobody's raising them because they're adults. They're adults. Did you see there's supposed to be some place it goes, get them all in one day? Something like clear choice, or has anybody seen the commercials for that? I'm like, how can they do that in one day? How? Hi Jason, how can they do that in one day? I think they're lying about that. I truly think they're lying about that. Hi Gia. Look up Nuvia. Are you getting Nuvia? He has the number. Mr. Wu, I can't have coffee. I just found that out tonight for 24 hours. I had a little tiny little left of my cup from when I went. I didn't realize that I'm not supposed to have coffee. Ridiculous. You can call in right now and talk about the blood if you'd like. I already went over some of it. If you wanted to talk about the blood, you're welcome to call in. I sent you the number. I'm not allowed to have coffee, Gia, because I had that oral surgery today. By tomorrow, I'll be able to have coffee. You don't need a flat iron, B-lady. I don't know what I feel like, but I feel like something. I might make myself a baked potato. I just bought a really nice bag of potatoes at Sam's Club. I feel like maybe a warm baked potato. Maybe I will. I can't. I have some mushroom coffee for you, and I'm sending you a mushroom coffee magnet, a mushroom wooden spoon, and a mushroom coffee scoop, because I'm so generous and such a great, great mother-in-law. Right, Gia? Aren't I the best? I'm the best. The absolute best. You could never have one better than me, right? When? And I also have something that I bought from Denise for you. A special figurine, because I'm just that good of a mother-in-law. I did not go with you where? Where did I not go with you? Oh, to the dentist? No, Jimmy took me to the dentist. I remember you told me on the phone. Oh, thank you. I'm the best. But yeah, look, Gia, look. The chocolate bunny. Doesn't he look really real? I've got to show you my vintage chocolate bunny. Do you want to see my really vintage chocolate bunny that I have? I've got to I got to bring him out anyway. I've got so many bunnies to put out for Easter, but I got this really big, tall vintage one. So cute. I am a very nice mother-in-law. I'm the best, aren't I, Gia? I'm the best. I give her Disney ornaments and coats and figurines. You want to see it? Hold on, I'll go get it. I'll show. Hold on. I've got so many cute little Easter things. And then I've got this little ceramic bunny that he's vintage, and he has this wheelbarrow that you put grass in and eggs and stuff. Hold on, let me get my vintage bunny. Hold on. I'm coming. Now, keep in mind that my parents used to tell a story. Here's a story of a lovely lady. Hold on a minute. They used to tell this story about how they won this rabbit around Easter time from the radio station, right? And that they, whatchamacallit, they had to, they had it in like the car or something. She wanted to show her parents, or I don't know. I used to always feel bad because then they'd say that it was starting to melt. And even though this was so far, I couldn't stand that story because they kept saying that it was melting, right? It's melting. So you'll appreciate this. You'll appreciate this. Okay. It's melting. Do you know what a vintage chocolate bunny looks like? You see? See how he has the pink ribbon? That's what I told you I'm going to put on the other little bunnies, on these bunnies. Where's the other bunnies? I'm going to put the little pink and blue ribbons, yellow, some of them. See him? Isn't he cute? And he's got a basket and it's got an egg in it and grass. He's a vintage chocolate bunny. Isn't he beautiful? He's a vintage, he's so cute.
Is that real chocolate?
Doesn't it look like real chocolate?
Yeah.
No, but it's not. It's a vintage, it looks like a chocolate bunny, but no, his eyes
That
are
looks
like,
amazing.
I know, doesn't it?
Imagine trying to chomp on that. That's so cute. It does look like real chocolate.
No, he's not real chocolate. He is faker
Are you
chocolate.
sure?
I'm positive. I got him at an estate. I got him from my estate lady. Let's see if he has.
Aw, she has the best stuff.
I know
now.
she does have the best stuff.
Does she have any jewelry?
Oh yes, she has lots of jewelry. I'll have to show you next time.
I have to tell you, my daughter loves that turquoise bracelet.
Oh yeah.
She doesn't take it off. Like, she keeps all her bracelets on. So I've asked her, I'm like, do you have it on? She's like, Mom, I don't take any of that off.
Oh, Mr. Wu? Who's Mr. Wu? Mr. Wu's there?
Yeah, he said he didn't get a notification, so I told him to make sure to subscribe to all. He said yes.
Oh, you didn't
then
get
I
a
told him,
notification.
unsubscribe and subscribe again sometimes.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Yeah, I love that chocolate bunny. I've got this
That
other
is
ceramic
so
bunny that's got a
awesome.
little weird barrel, but he's chocolate. Yeah.
Oh,
Aw. Aw. Question of the month. Mr. Wu. Oh, where's Nancy? Who knows where Nancy is, right? Nobody knows. Where she stops, nobody knows. No, nobody knows. But gee,
I
I'm
think
gonna
they
put the
did
little pink
something
ones.
with her.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, she's not, I don't think she's alive anymore. But
They had the 10-hour start. That's the thing that you know that does 10. You can do a lot in 10 hours. A lot. So Amy, what does that mean about our plans? Are you going to get what we talked about? Oh, I was going to make myself a big potato. I said that's what I was doing. How do we get to chocolate rabbits? Oh, I think then Gia came in. Gia, are we doing something this weekend? What's this weekend? I am not ready at all for Easter. It's so early this year.
do you make those Italian cookies, Carolyn, with the Easter eggs in them?
The Italian bread? Yeah, I wanted the brown bread with the egg
Yeah.
in it. Yeah. Oh, you make them cookies? Because Sandy and I made that one year. I had to make the bread like 3 times, but I want to make that again this year. Gia, we should make that bread together. We should
It's
do
like
that, Gia.
bread, and then there's like a hard-boiled.
Yeah,
egg.
yeah, right, yeah.
It looks like a pretzel.
Yes,
almost.
yeah, yep.
Oh.
We did that on here. We should make that bread, that Easter bread with the egg in it. On Sunday we should? Why Sunday? Do I want to come to Pilates? When? You have Pilates when? On Sunday Pilates or Saturday Pilates? I thought you were doing boxing. You want to come on? Oh, she wants a link too. Okay. Hi, Jason. Hold on.
Did Jason come in?
Not yet. Let me see. Hold on a sec. Just send Gia a link here. All right. Oh, did I give her a link?
But Jason has the email to come in.
Right, he does. You sound like Mr. Rogers now. Didn't you just sound like Mr. Rogers?
Yes, he did.
He did, but Jason has the... You just did. You sounded just like Fred Rogers then. That was crazy. And
Yeah,
I think...
similar tone.
I think somebody...
Talking about Space Cat?
Yeah, you just sounded like Fred... You know who Fred Rogers is?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, when you just said, but he has the email to call in, you sounded, won't you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Yeah, that's, somebody, I think somebody said that to me earlier. Never heard it until you just said that. But he has the number to call in, doesn't he? Yeah.
Okay.
Well, here's Gia. Hi, Gia.
Hi, Mom.
Hi.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, what's up?
So Sunday is Pilates. If you wanna come,
It's Pilates. On Sunday?
yeah. Wow, the bunny that you showed is beautiful. So the eyes are green.
Well, no, they're like, they're not really green. They're like kind of like white and brown.
Wow.
Isn't he nice?
Looks like chocolate. Now I'm feeling in the mood for chocolate.
We'll have to go to Aldi's.
They went up $2 each.
They went up. The
That's
chocolate went up at
yeah.
Aldi's. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Where do you think Nancy is, Gia?
It's so sad. I had faith for so many weeks that she was still alive, and now, I don't know. I was talking to my mom today, and what if she's like in Mexico?
I think they took her to
Yeah,
Mexico.
right?
Yeah, I think they took her to Mexico. Or near Mexico. I think the guys are from Mexico. I think they're long gone, and I don't know.
Or maybe here's a plot twist too. What if they went to like really like, I mean, kidnap her or something, but they made a mistake and they killed her on the scene?
Yeah, but why
How
would
could
they
they
take?
tell?
You think they would still take her out of the house if they went there to kidnap her?
Well, yeah, because the evidence and everything.
Hmm. Yeah. I don't know. I really think that
Oh,
somebody that she ticked off in some point of her life just got pissed and just, that's it. You're gone, lady. Found the people to do it, and that's it. I don't know.
So
Okay,
I'm
so Jason knows we're all here.
Hmm. Yeah, Jason was just in the chat a few minutes ago, right?
Got to wait for him to show up, and you've covered already probably what happened today with whatever was being said with the case, or were you
Yeah,
all-
I already did. I already did everything, and then he wanted to talk about that blood, which I talked a little bit about what they said about the blood on Banfield.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. We can comment some on that. And the one thing I wanted to make sure he was listening, because I wanted to cover the something I thought of that helps clear up my frustration and cognitive dissonance about Guthrie's communicating with the ransom people, and whether they really were in contact, and whether they could get a message to Nancy to find out whether they should pay or not. And I figured it out. And if I could figure it out just within minutes thinking about it, then surely Savannah could figure this out, their family. I mean, these are not, she's very smart about crime, and she would, legal background. I mean, this is somebody that would easily come up with what I thought of, and this would have been brilliant. And this was a man, they should have, see, that's why I'm so suspect about this whole thing, because I don't understand why this wasn't done, because this is the obvious move with people that you're not certain she's alive, but you sure as heck want to get her back, and really deep down you want her back, dead or alive. You want to have the I mean, as you see, that's kind of their ultimate. I mean, that's, you know, hoping for the
Yeah.
best that, you know, she would still be alive, but realizing even already that she may not be alive. But how do
Right,
you,
right.
and you still get communication with, well, anyway, so, but we don't know that, Jason is even listening, do we? Has he responded?
Yeah,
since I
he is
came in
listening.
here?
I mean, Jason's not the. We're listening. We're here. We're not chopped liver.
Okay.
Gia, I want to ask Gia a question. So your mother thinks that Nancy could be in Mexico. Does she think Nancy's deceased in Mexico?
Yes. My mom said a long time ago. Because
Okay.
obviously she needs the meds too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Eh.
I think they killed her when they were trying to kidnap her.
And then what
Well,
does your mother? Who does your mother think took her? People from
I
Mexico?
think she thinks the same like you. Someone in the past.
Someone. Oh, someone. But
Yeah.
does she think it's like there were people hired from Mexico?
No. She's thinking maybe someone like you thought, you know.
Well, I
Someone
kind of
that
think
she
so.
thinks-
Yeah, I think it could be someone that she ticked off, but I think they hired like one or two hitmen
Yeah,
from
that could be
Mexico.
possible. Yeah, that could be really possible, yeah. That makes a lot of sense too. I didn't thought about that.
And that's
Yeah.
why I think they're not finding anybody here
yeah?
because they're in Mexico, long gone.
That's actually a really good point that you just made.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I think so.
Yeah, that's a good point.
My point, I'm sticking to it. Yeah. I don't know. Does your mother know a lot about this case?
Yeah, she
Yeah.
follows.
She's following it. Okay.
I should have told her to join.
Yeah. But hi, Jason.
Hey, how are you tonight?
Good. Good. Good.
all right, you can hear us okay?
Yeah.
I can.
Okay. Well, I don't know if you were hearing me as you were calling in, but you know, as you know, I circle back on my same favorite topic because I'm so frustrated that the family did not pay and why they didn't pay, and then this communication thing, you know, has always been postulated, well, maybe she was dead on the way out or something, and you know, this is such an international event that everybody is involved in the whole thing, and even the communications to the ransomers directly by the family in Savannah. So, and you know, I'm sitting here going, as we have debated, you know, discussed why didn't they just pay the money the first time, the Thursday deadline and all that, or at least pay right after, once they were asking again by Cameron that night when the first deadline passed. But see, this is where I finally found the answer, what should have been done, so I'm still frustrated. So, are you following me so far, Jason?
Well, before we went in that far, and only because I've just joined the channel, or I should say I've just joined the panel, that I was listening in a little bit earlier, and it did sound like there were some concerns that might need to be addressed, or that were addressed about some potential
Right. We
language.
didn't. Yeah, because we want to just go on. We were going to talk about the blood tonight. But before we do that, Gia, could you say in Spanish that I'm the best mother-in-law in the whole world? I think Mr. Wu wants to hear you speak Spanish.
I would.
You would like
I
to hear?
would, absolutely.
Oh, you'd like to hear that? Okay. Gia, she's on mute. Gia, are you there? Now she's like, oh my gosh.
And I was talking.
Oh, you're on mute. Okay. Can you say that something to me in Spanish like?
Mejor suegra del mundo.
Oh, thank you. Gracias, gracias, muchas gracias.
How about bring Nancy home?
Yes, they bring Nancy home.
traer Nancy a casa. Sí. Bring Nancy home, yeah.
Mr. Wu's talking to you in Spanish. I'm the mother of all mothers. But yeah, I think we're gonna talk about. Did you watch that space? The one about the blood, the different blood
Oh,
expert.
yeah. Yeah, I can if Jason wants to start talking about that first, that's fine. I got my other thing locked and loaded. I mean, I'm going to say it whenever I can. So just if Jason wants to go on the blood, that's fine. I'm listening.
Yeah.
I'm glad to do so, but I wanted to make sure before we continue, because I did enjoy the discussion last night, and I thought it was a good discussion. I thoroughly enjoyed it, but the last thing that I would want to do would be to hurt anyone's feelings in the chat or say anything that would be considered inappropriate by anyone in the chat. And since I can't see the chat right now, I just want to make sure that if the air needs to be cleared about anything that was
Right.
said that should not
Right. I
have
just
been
like
said.
let's just all it's just like just basic rules. Just respect everybody's opinion. If someone doesn't believe like you do, that's okay. That's fine. We don't, we're not going to call names. And then, as with other creators, we don't even have to give their names or anything. That's better. That's always been a rule on this channel. It keeps the drama out of it. And whether you agree or you don't, like, we don't have to call them stupid jerks or anything like that. You know what I mean? Just, okay, you could say, I saw something on another podcast and I agree with it or I don't agree with it. But, like, because people were getting like very upset. Some people, like, hey, wait, I like that person, I don't like that, and I just don't want to have all that here. Like, we need to, like, it's extraneous stuff that just doesn't need. Like, we're all grown ups. If somebody doesn't believe like we do, that's okay.
Yeah, I do think it's okay. I mean, people were seeming to get some fun out of me giving a grade, for a misreporting.
Right, yeah. I mean, yeah, for the reporter, I mean,
I'm not
that's okay. But I
personally-
mean, I think it was more
It's
like,
not a personal, it's
no,
not
no,
a
no, no. The
personal-
grades on the reporter, but no, I think like some of them like a certain other
That-
person, and then they go, oh no, then I'm gonna go if they're gonna say anything bad about this person. So that's what I'm saying. You don't even need to say names, and you could just say, I saw on another channel or podcast this, and I agree or I don't agree with this.
Yeah, I want to be able to if I see a total inaccuracy.
Well, you can clear up the inaccuracy. You could say, look, I saw something on another channel, and they're saying that Nancy's house is made of marshmallows.
Anyway,
And I don't want that anybody. You can do that.
anyway, the point is, nobody's complaining about me with my grades, right?
I don't think the grades were a problem on the reporter, but like, I think it was more like just like a personal, like if there was a personal attack, like, oh, somebody's so stupid they said this, that, but
All right, I don't think I'm doing that. Anyway, let's go on.
Okay.
Let's move on.
And if it was me that did that, because there were only so many people on the panel, I do want to apologize if I did offend anyone. I don't actually recall that I did, but
no, I just more general, because just like some people were getting, like with anything, like some people get their feelings hurt, so we don't want to hurt anybody's feelings.
Understood. So I did review very closely the Banfield interview. And I found that gentleman, the blood pattern expert, to be very fascinating. And he covered a lot of things that previously I had not heard, at least with regard to this particular crime scene. So the one thing that I know it's been talked about and it's been rumored, but it seems to be more apparent and clear now, is that there was indeed blood inside the house.
Right, but just right inside, right? He said that's it.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But there was, and that is a little bit different from what at least I've heard rumors of it that there
Yeah.
was, but no one has came right out, I don't believe, and just said that. So I found that, to be very interesting because for a lot of different reasons, but one of them was that, so when a law enforcement was first called that day to go over there and look, it sounded like they originally were unclear as to whether an abduction actually occurred for a small amount of time. In other words, when they walked in, it wasn't as if it was a very bloody scene and it was automatically apparent that it was a homicide. And so that would be an interesting question a person would have.
Wait, I'm sorry, Jason. Did you say that they didn't know that it was a homicide right away?
Right off the bat, right?
Okay, because he did say something like, I think wasn't it him that he said as soon as they did see that, then they called in the homicide unit, right?
I'm not sure exactly. All I know is that I thought that they had some detectives that showed up first, and they looked around, and apparently they searched around a little bit, and then noticed some things, which they didn't come out and say what those things were, but whatever it was, then
Okay.
homicide.
Because I'm wondering if I was listening to another one that was mentioning that, and they said like soon after getting there and then noticing that blood, then they called the homicide unit.
So the one thing that was alluded to, I thought in the beginning, is that there may or may not have been blood on the inside, and that would have been, another thing that would have been indicative of, potential crime. And so I was wondering, when the Guthrie showed up there, because they showed up first, that they would have seen if there was indeed blood over by the front door on the inside of the home. They would have seen that.
Yeah, you would think so, but right, if they normally go in the house, let's just say by the garage or something, maybe they and he says, this guy says, it just went right over the threshold, not very far at all. So it could be possible that they missed it.
Yeah, here's the key point about the blood, though. Remember, if you didn't mention this already, is that the blood expert, as he said, and by the way, that guy fit perfectly my idea of what that blood is, but I couldn't put it into words. I mean, I didn't know how to describe it. But that's everything that I saw in that picture is the way he described. He talked about the distortion of the tile not being perfectly smooth like some tiles, and how the blood can sort of puddle and then merge together. So you see that in that area, the way that that one picture where people were thinking about the aspiration, and I didn't believe that was aspiration, but then when he said it, he worded it what I was seeing. That's just sort of what I couldn't verbalize yet, but that's exactly what I think happened. Was sitting there, the blood was dripping down into itself, and you can even see exactly its description as a blood expert. What can happen is the two drops can sort of merge together, and then they flow together that way. I've seen that with liquids on the ground like that, on like at swimming pools or other places. So or just in the kitchen where stuff spills. So that pattern, I've seen exactly that. But then what he's saying is what happens once you get those blood drops sort of merging together, and you got like a little river between the two of them, and so they're like a barbell or dumbbell thing or something shaped slightly. Then more blood drops down, and then it hits the first drop that's already there, and then it spatters the blood outward from there, and that's where you get the fine mist and droplets from. And that's where you said you would have to do some testing. You'd have to get a better. That's what I was saying. You have to get a better look at the photography and maybe do some tests with that tile, because of the way the tile. That's a rough finish, sort of semi-gloss tile, and see that. But to me, if I was a betting guy on it, whether that was that or aspiration, I'd be rolling my entire bet on it being what I just described rather than the aspiration problem. But he said, you know, you would do some tests too. You know, the other thing I thought was also important was that once you get to the height of 3 feet or more with blood drops through the air, you get the same splash patterns or the same whatever's being done by the act of gravity. It doesn't matter whether the blood drops from 8 feet or 3 feet. Once you're there, you're going to see essentially the same effect from a blood drop from 8 feet as compared to one at 3 feet. It's only when you're dropping under 3 feet that you're going to see differences. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, and you know what he also said that I said? That he readjusted. He readjusted, and that's why the blood slowed down and stopped almost. Because when he got to that point, he readjusted her. That's what he believes, and that's why there's only like 1 drop or 2, and then put her into the car, and he believes there's blood in the car. But that's what I said. When he came out, I think he was like, oh crap, and readjusted either the carry of her or put the tarp or something around her that stopped all that blood, so there wasn't more blood going the whole distance.
Well, that doesn't necessarily, and I mean, he's saying that's a possibility, but what also could be happening there is, yes, there could be an aspect of readjustment. What's likely happening is because the blood is starting to, well, anyway, there's a couple of things, but because the blood is in the same pattern in the exit way, but behind the door inside the house, that to me, what that indicates is that now she's unhappy. They're taking her out the door, and I mean, this is just my own thinking, because she's starting to put up something that's, you know, she's not wanting to go along with that idea. And he did say, now this is me saying this, but what he does say is that, and I mean, yes, there's some adjustment out the door, because the blood is dissipating dramatically so from what's at the door. So there's this possible pause there for readjustment, but because there's this blood so far in, you know, let's say 3 to 6 feet inward from the front door there inside the house, this he wanted to emphasize one thing, is that doesn't mean that what caused the blood leaking was right there.
Right, that it happened there. I said that earlier. Could have happened in the bedroom, he said, and it took a while to bleed out.
Absorbs out. My personal thinking is because she's on blood thinners, and I mean, I'm just giving you my vision of the thing. She's realizing, now I'm going out the door, and so I don't really want to go out the door, so I'm going to put up a little struggle here, or whatever, possibly even yell out or do something. I mean, you know, this is where she's going to kind of make a move, which would be natural for somebody when you're being taken out the door, going to be put in the car. You know, that's just my guess. But and with the thin blood, I mean, you could tear it like on her forearm, anywhere on that forearm down to the back of her hand even, and blood would start pouring out right away. So it doesn't need to absorb anything. It depends on what she's wearing, you know. So you could have those kind of patterns easily without there being an absorption time or a delay time. But that's just my opinion. But
right.
Yeah.
So one of the things,
That's what yes, yeah.
one of the things that they said that would be present if it was expirated blood would be amylase, because that would be in the saliva. So if presumably it's been tested then by the FBI, and the FBI already knows by looking at the blood whether it had amylase in it. And if it did, then that tells them that it either came from the mouth or the nose. So if it doesn't have that, then we would know that it didn't come from those areas, or not sufficiently so that it would have collected any amylase in the process. So that was the first thing I thought that was very interesting, is that they already likely know whether or not, you know, for example, if she maybe had an injury to the mouth or injury to the nose, because obviously if that's what you're seeing as amylase in the blood, then that would be what you would know, which would be different, for example, if you happen to see blood that didn't have amylase in it, because that would go more toward what Space Cat was saying, which is that she was resisting behind the front door because she knew that once they had her outside of the house, it was pretty much, she couldn't really do anything at that point. That might have been her very last point to really put up, try to resist. And especially if they tried to zip tie her hands behind her back or something like that, where, you know, there was contact with her flesh and it tore, that would certainly start the blood flow right there. But the other observation that I had as well is that just as how the expert had noted that the blood droplets for the most part were round and circular, that what was observed from that is that there was a clear path of entry that was straight downward. And why that's relevant is that, so if you picture someone bleeding, let's say they were standing upright, and if it happened to be that there were blood falling from their nose or their mouth, and they were standing upright, for example, that would be hitting their clothing as it went down toward the ground. It would bounce off their clothes, and it would possibly bounce off their shoes
Right.
as well. So the fact that we don't see any type of splotches on the tile, that to me appeared that the blood was sheared, or that it was somehow disturbed in the trajectory when it went down toward the tile, that since we don't see that, it makes me think that she was not walking when she left there. And that
Right.
the other explanation is that what that means then is that she was carried. So then you have to go to the point of, okay, if she was carried, was it one or two people that did it? And we have the delay at the door, and pause, where the blood seems to drip in one particular position, and then you have the satellite spatter that goes out from it. And that went long enough to create that. And that, you know, when she asked the expert how long that would take, he was hesitant to give her something specific, but he did say it was over 30 seconds, I believe. And so if you think about that, that's quite a pause. It's quite a pause. If you're sitting there, 30 seconds is a pause, because if you think about the logic of the situation, if it was well planned as what we would suspect that it might be, their goal is to get her out of there and into that vehicle as quickly as possible. They're not going to sit and want to, oh, please take your time and walk down the sidewalk, because she'd be so trembling and fearful, it'd be doubtful she could even walk. And so they wouldn't want to have her creating any scene or commotion out there, or scream, yell. She'd be gagged. They'd make sure that she would be silent so that they could quickly get her to the vehicle.
Yeah.
That would mean that the quickest way to do that would be two persons. So if one, you know, as we had talked before, came around with the vehicle, and that was the slight pause while the vehicle came around, and then the other one came out of the vehicle and grabbed one end and lifted her up, and the other one toted her, and they'd have to be careful how they moved, you know, if they noticed that there was blood, to make sure that they didn't step on that, and how they navigated that. But it certainly would be doable with two people, and it would be quick with two people, and presumably if someone only was there long enough to park that vehicle, go and assist to get her into it, that would mean that vehicle would only be parked there for less than a minute. And that would be, you know, according to a plan, that would be very well thought out with no chance of anyone pinning them in a driveway and showing up, you know, that they're in and they're out, that would be the quickest way to do it.
Yeah, I got a comment, some thinking while you were going through that scenario, because see, you know, we were discussing yesterday whether one or two people are involved in this crime, and you know, the difficulty, of course, I freely admit, and I'm not arguing for one person. I just want to explore the idea of one person committing this crime, because we don't know that that's not possible, that one person could have done it. It's way less likely, in my opinion, for sure too, but because we're just kind of doing different ideas, and some people are going to think it's one person. I'm just trying to come up with ideas how one person could have done this, and with this now explanation about the blood spatter and just talking about things repeatedly. And see, for me, this works out new ideas for me. So people that hear me say the same thing over and over with you, or repeating this, you know, it may seem monotonous and not getting anywhere, but then see, I don't know, it causes me to have another breakthrough at some point later on. So that's just the way my thinking works. So I don't see anything wrong discussing the one person committing it to, but going, and here's where I would now, the way of explaining this is one person doing this and then having this blood pattern this way and all this, that doesn't make as much sense to me with what you're saying and everything, that one person is pulling this off with what we see at the doorway. That's harder to be one person. I mean, because the only thing I can think of there for a one person exit with what we're seeing with the blood patterns and all that is that the perpetrator still is pausing her at the doorway, and likely that most of that blood is being paused outside the doorway. You know, I'm guessing, but I can't say for sure that there was what it looks like before the doorway, but knowing that there is a little bit of more lead time for blood to come out, I don't think there's going to be a big aspiration patch like there is in that one tile. So, but what that's indicating though is that there's a pause there of some length of time too. To me, I mean, when you start moving forward with motion, that just automatically reduces the amount of blood that's going to be there, and so there's some pause there at the doorway. And if you were one person, if I was doing this crime, and this is why I'm leaning less to, very much so, not buying into the idea of one person, I would have immobilized her in the bed, or I would have positioned her inside, because I have to go get the car and bring it around the front there to then carry her out real quick. So I have the least amount of exposure time outside. And so that means I'd have to position the car there just ahead of time before I bring her out. So at that point, I don't think that I would need to well, you know, at that point, once I get her to the doorway, the reasons why I was sort of thinking there was some blood there before was that they had to look, they wanted to, with two people, you're looking out there, so the person is looking out, waiting for the car to come, because he's called it to come in, but the car is a little further away in the neighborhood, so he's got to wait there with her for a short time. Or possibly we go back to the struggle idea, but, you know, that's a little, you can't be like waving your arms around and having a big fight there or something. I mean, because the blood doesn't look, it's not being thrown away like droplet shape. It's going very rounded down, most of the blood, so she's just sort of paused there. So the only other thing I could think, if you were one person, is you had her in a wheelchair and she was immobilized there, and you're pausing it, or she's unconscious and he's well, I guess you would have to leave her kind of on the ground. That doesn't make any sense. That would seem like that would be way too close to form those blood patterns.
I originally thought that, you know, that the simplest way to explain would be that if she, one of her hands or her wrists or her forearms where the skin was torn, and that she was zip tied on that, and that when you walked her out through the front door, that she was bleeding behind her, and so she wasn't walking in her own blood because her hand was bleeding and her hand was behind her. So that's what I was originally picturing in my mind. But then I realized that he's still going to have to walk around her blood, or do it in such a way that he doesn't show that he's come in contact with it, presumably, especially even when he gets outside. And I couldn't really reconcile how that scenario would work, especially that once that she was outside, that if she wasn't immobilized, that there could be further problems, there could be a struggle, there could be commotion, there could be noise. So I started going back to the drawing board, and one of the things that I put together was that, so presumably if it was the porch perp that we're talking about that did go inside the home, and we, at least I think that because of the backpack that he had on, that he was prepared to go inside the home, that backpack is a clue, because it would suggest, it's kind of like if you are going into a house with something that's a big puffy backpack, and you're leaving with the person that you intend to get, well then presumably that the materials that you would have had in that backpack must have been employed during the course of your securing your target. And so, for example, if she was on the bed and they said, or he said, okay, we'll tie her or secure her in such a way, you know, roll her up in the tarp, burrito kind of style, like the FBI agent had said, that if there was at some point where maybe they tried to, you know, put tape over her mouth or put a hoodie on her, that's the one part that I'm having difficulty with, is so that if they, you would think that the proper way to have done it is at least to make sure that she could still breathe through her nose so she wouldn't perish, but that she wouldn't create a commotion, is that you'd have to at least put tape over her mouth, and then preferably you'd put a hoodie over her face and her head so that she couldn't see, and that, you know, so she would be less panicked, and, you know, that just, it'd be more subduing because she couldn't really see what would be going on. But if that was done, then that would mean then that if she was wrapped up like a burrito and then the head had a hoodie on it, where is the blood gonna leak from if the hands are secured inside the tarp and she's wrapped up in there? So there has to be a way for the blood to get out. So what I'm saying is that I do believe the tarp was used, but when you start saying that the tarp was used, and then you say, okay, how do we make sure that she doesn't speak, so that when we take her out of here, and so of course that means taping her mouth at least, or gagging, you know, and then the hoodie, of course, to cover the vision. I mean, because the whole thing is that you can't have any type of commotion outside of that house. You can't, because if you do, and there's a noise, and someone hears, you know, bad things could happen, and your whole plot could be, you know, found out. So I'm just saying that it makes sense to me that the tarp had to have been used. There was something in that bag that was central to, you know, like a kit, central to him using it once he got inside there. And so if it was used in the way that he intended it to be used, then that would mean it probably was done in such a way that she would be immobilized. And that, So the only thing I can explain on how that blood then would get there in the way that it would be is not necessarily if there was resistance by the front door and that was where there might have been injury that occurred, but maybe somehow it leaked out of the hoodie. You know, if there was blood leaking around the hoodie or somehow just blood that somehow leaked around the tarp. And that's the
Right.
only way that I can explain that, because again, when you look at the blood droplets on the tile that are outside the door and they're round and circular, and they do tend to taper, so you'll have the concentration of them and then they kind of slowly taper, which makes you think it wasn't as if a towel was quickly applied, because then you'd see it just stop and there'd be nothing there, but it's like a slow taper. So it definitely makes me think that because they're round, that means that it wasn't sheared off, it didn't hit clothing, it didn't hit the edge of someone's shoe, and then you see this jagged droplet. It all looks like she was up in the air and carried, so that there was no way for the blood droplets to hit anything on the way down, because it was a straight drop with nothing in the way, because she was above the ground. So that's just where I was thinking about it. I'm just throwing ideas out there, but that's kind of where I was going with it so far.
Yeah, I just think, okay, a lot of people think she was deceased when they took her from the bedroom. That whatever happened, whether it was something with her heart, because a lot of people keep swearing that they heard there was another heart incident, but that does not, we don't know anything like that. But they think that, okay, maybe he did something to her in the bedroom, then wrapped her up. Now I think this guy was trying to say something could have happened in the bedroom, and it took a while for the blood to come out of the wound. But she would still have to be alive because her heart would have to be pumping that blood, right?
Right.
Okay.
Well, no, the blood expert begged to differ today otherwise. And anyway, having done some hunting with my father, my early years, I just, no, that's you don't have to have the heart going to still have blood come out. But the other thing this guy said too is all that would have to do is the position of the body. If it depending on where it doesn't if it's
Okay.
not level where the wound is, let's say upright, like let's say a bullet was shot in the pacemaker or whatever,
Right.
somewhere. That all the body has to do to leak the blood or have it come out is the body just be at a slight angle, and it really doesn't have to be much of an angle from what I know, like with hunting experience. So just because that forms the fluid pressure in there, and that's before the body, is within the first, 45
Right,
minutes
yeah.
or whatever. Let's say went in and eliminate her immediately.
Well, I just think
And
it's because, and he even mentioned the two heavy doors,
Yeah.
right? That you're having to maneuver around those two heavy doors, so you're adjusting this thing, and I think that's where the blood leaked out. Either it leaked out because it was already in the tarp, or it's leaking out from her body, but he's having to manipulate, carrying her out through two heavy doors. And I think that once he got outside, he's like, phew, got out of there. He's got this dead weight in his arms. And now I think he does an adjustment which cuts back on the blood. And that's why there's only like 1 or 2 drops down the sidewalk. That's
Anyway, to just say that, look, if she was eliminated even 45 minutes earlier, because that's about the timeline of the whole incident, that makes sense. But here's where I think she's alive. Another reason why she's alive, I believe she has a modern pacemaker in her. That's something that's, probably less than 5 years ago. Usually people get those things, and you can kind of see her body change in her photographs. I'm just thinking that she got this pace, even if she got it in the last 10 years. The technology has changed. well, in this time frame, and all I'm trying to say is that and because it's connecting to her Apple Watch, I mean, that's already being stated out there. That means that's an advanced pacemaker. It's got an app even working with it. So this isn't an older style pacemaker. So all I'm getting at is that they would know whether she's dead or alive. In my opinion, the pacemaker is still recording to the phone or the wireless router, whatever it's normally connected. It doesn't disconnect until right at the door. So I'm guessing that she wasn't been killed inside her room or likely or whatever, because it just loses signal. It doesn't say there's a heart event. The heart event idea, I had heard this a long time, was rumored, and I figured out what caused that. They were saying the pacemaker had an event that it recorded at about 2 a.m. And so people were all onto that, and so was I, because I heard that more than once. And then I found out where that was coming from. That just came from the very beginning news conferences. It was either just in the first one or the first and second one. I believe it was just probably in the first one. That they said the pacemaker disconnected or and they didn't word it as good a detail, and they said it was 2 a.m. So that's where all that came from. And then later they clarified the timeline and that it was disconnecting from the heart. But I mean, what you'd have to theorize here logically is all I'm trying to say is that I don't think she's dead in the bedroom, or her heart was still working up until that point in time when it lost contact, and that just means it lost signal. So they're going away with her. If her heart had stopped and all that, or was slowing down or having a heart attack, the thing's going to go into defibrilation mode. It's going to split. All that's going to go into record mode and everything. So they would have that information in her phone, in her watch that was left there, and then the router. All that would be starting to go out. That doesn't. When you're having an event, a medical event, an emergency event, that thing gets activated more with its communication and recording. I would think it even would try to email out or text out to the medical place if she's having a major event, just so the doctor's office or the emergency services, the family gets warned. Anyway, that's an assumption I'm making here. So, but I still think that the only way I can come out to get her to get out of the house with one person, and I'm going to address the two-person thing here some more, is that with this blood pattern and all that, and there's some resistance on her part to get out. Jason was saying her, hands could be tied behind her or whatever. So, and I really wouldn't want to zip tie her, and unless I had some really wide zip tie, I'd rather just tie her up with a pillowcase or something, but that doesn't make sense for absorbing the blood. Okay, so let's say they just went with the zip tie because they're not that smart about skin tearing and everything. And so that would be an easy reason if she starts to struggle with the zip tie going out the door and it's behind her back, then that doesn't prevent the blood from dropping down with her upright and still under her own control if the person is stabilizing her. She probably has at her house. Now, I'm not saying this person would be smart enough to do this or anything, but if she needed some medical support at times or she had some balance issues, the person will also, I've had this experience with elderly people. There's like a vest brace that's put on the torso area, and then it'll have straps on it, a strap on it. So even on the back. So if she had like this vest brace thing, and that could be in the backpack, because they're trying to get an elderly person out, and you strap that on her torso, and with the straps that are on it, and that sort of immobilizes her, but it also lets you grip the strap and guide her and support her. You can actually keep somebody from falling and help them walk and everything with that. So I'm just theorizing here. So if you had her in something like that, or you were gripping her from behind where you could control her, or just, holding her under, if her arms are strapped behind her, and you could even theoretically on her upper arm with her clothing over it, grip her there to the side, and as she's walking along, anyway, something happens and that blood drips off the wrist, with the tie strap, and that all that cuddling and stuff could, to me, and the dripping could be her not necessarily being lifted through the doorway there. That explains the why the blood starts dripping, because she can still resist, and they're still able to kind of walk her out. And then when they get her right out the door, that's where she's going to really put up the last minute struggle on some level, or there's some delay for the car. That's why you get more puddling there. But I don't know. I'd have to think about that more. But to me, that's kind of if I'm taking her out and just the way the blood seems to pattern there and everything, I'm still thinking that this person she could still be upright with her hands tied strapped from behind, and that's not an unreasonable idea to move her. Although, yeah, to get her to move out the place, and it sort of fits the pooling, or the more, I don't know, just sort of fits the blood pattern too, to do something like that.
One thing that I was thinking is that they went in there, presumably, if what we are, and this is what you and I have been talking about, is that the first two ransom notes were credible, that if that is true, they didn't go there to kill her. They went there to take her out of there alive. So if that was what they intended to do, then presumably, if you follow through with that, then she would be alive when they would take her out of there. That would be their goal, to do it. But the question is how do you do it the most effective way? And if you've got the one person scenario that we talked about before, what it inevitably means is that you're going to have to secure her, you're going to have to silence her, then you're going to have to go and get the vehicle and bring it up so you can put her in it and go. Or the other route is that you would have parked the vehicle there and then went into the house and did what you did as far as to secure her and wrap her up, and the vehicle would be sitting out there for all that period of time. Now this is with the one-man operation. And then,
yeah, let me jump in. Let me jump in, because this is an important, that brings me to another. And I need to just jump in and insert this right now, because it's a good edit point. See, now this is how I just realized with what you just explained there and everything. This kind of makes a lot of sense to me as the one person. This to me is right now is the only way. I'm not saying it can't be two people. I'm just saying now I figure out how you could do it with one person. It's like, what am I thinking? Why am I missing this? And then you repeated that. What it is, it's the way I would do it. You immobilized her at the bed. She's still conscious. She's not going to get cut or anything there. All right. But now, and you pulled the car around. All right. So now you're back in just to get her. So this is where you could easily then, so you're one person, get the car parked, whatever. Now you're maneuvering her out to the door, and this is where she's going to struggle momentarily, because this is like, maybe you didn't even tell her you're going on a ride or whatever, but, this is where people are told, you're going to be, this is where people would take action, right? And then also there's a lot of, I don't know, discussion with people about what you do when you sometimes are being attacked or something. You don't just give up, or you put up a fight maybe. Also, don't forget they had the childhood game, of ransom. So this is something that's been played a game with Nancy, when their children were growing up. I mean, there's just all this unconscious thing. So, I mean, and at her age, it's just like, to me, that's a natural reaction, whether it's conscious or unconscious. You're going out the door with this guy, and, this is it. All right, you're going to probably put up some kind of a struggle here, So if this guy's a one-man operation and he's got her tied strapped behind the back, then he's moving her near the door, so that's where the struggle starts, and the thin skin tears, and the blood can just start dripping like that from behind. And if he has that torso brace, he can have total control over her, no matter what she's doing there, as far as her getting away from him or her falling to the ground and smearing the blood or anything. He can still kind of keep her upright, and then as they'll go out the door, for whatever reason, there's a pause there, but then he could still maneuver her on down to the car that way, maneuvering her quickly from that point. Maybe the person comes out maybe he pauses there. Maybe he pauses, let me just finish. Maybe he's one person there, and he pauses there just out the door, and then the driver runs over, and then they pick her up there and then move her real fast to the car. And so that's maybe why there's a little fuddling there as well, so that's the, anyway.
Right, so when we think about both of those scenarios, because it's one or two people, and when one person is planning this, they really do have to go through all the eventualities that they could potentially run into when they go to do something like that. So they would instantly know, it would be planned in advance that either A, you're gonna leave the car parked somewhere, then you're gonna go in and you're gonna subdue Nancy, you're gonna get her ready, so then you can leave and go and get the car, bring it up there and bring Nancy out. Or the only other option that you have is to bring the car up there, then go in and secure Nancy and bring it out. And the problem with that scenario is that you've got the vehicle sitting out there, at least according to what you would think of by camera, if we go from the camera being tripped in the backyard around 2:12 and then the disconnect from the pacemaker at 2:28, so you've got 15 minutes. So that would mean that vehicle is gonna sit out in front of that house for 15 minutes potentially while he's getting Nancy ready to go out there. And I'm not saying it would be like that, but I'm saying if you went with that trajectory, this would be your wait time. And why that would be bad is that, so if you went all this trouble to plan out this ransom and that you're gonna go after all this money and it's this big deal and you have to make sure that it's fail safe, well, the last thing you're gonna wanna do is leave some vehicle parked in a driveway 15 minutes that some neighbor or somebody, somehow somebody sees something that doesn't look right and they make some call and some police person comes, or even if it's just some routine patrol car that's in the neighborhood that you wouldn't suspect, and since you're only a one-man operation and you don't have no one looking out for you, it's just the risk factor is so much higher. But now if you've got the getaway person, your lookout guy, well, now you can go in there and you can do whatever you need to do to get Nancy in a position where she's ready. Then you call the person, I'm ready, come and get me. They circle around, you got her out by the front door, and he, just like you said, he gets out of the vehicle, he comes around, he grabs, either the front or the back. He probably grabs her by the legs because the perp at the door is holding her by her upper torso body, which would mean he just, the getaway driver would just lean over and grab her by her legs and pick her up and move her, and then take off like that. But they'd have to be careful not to walk in that blood spatter if they did that. But the other scenario about the whole deal about her being walked out of there I just cannot think that that would be something that would be possible, but I do think that she left alive because their goal was to, like, for example, I don't think it's an assumption to say that she left alive, because why would they write the letters and give the deadline? Because here's the alternative. So if she was dead when they left, and they knew that she was dead when they left, well, then that means that they would have wrote the ransom letters already knowing that she was dead, which means that the deadlines that they would have set in those letters would have been really irrelevant, because it doesn't pertain to Nancy's livelihood if she's already dead. They're just things that they may have set that would have made it convenient for themselves that had nothing to do with Nancy. So, in my opinion, it makes more sense that those deadlines were set because at least at some point, at least as far as the first letter goes, and even potentially up to the second one, that Nancy was alive. And that, the whole goal was to get her back, but she did pass. So, that's just my thinking now.
Well, not only that, I mean, see, these are all good things to discuss long-windedly, because, people come with so many angles of attack to try to disprove it, or that she's dead or whatever. Again, when you add that thinking there with that, why go through the whole ransom rigmarole? But even primary to that, or even way more important to that, is the pacemaker defibrillator, or whatever that device is, that's recording. So if that would be out, that something happened to the pacemaker and the recording information, I would think that would be out there to indicate that she was dead, or if that's the case, they would not tell us that. I mean, with these inside sources talking about the blood trails and all this speculation about the pacemaker, and then tracking the pacemaker with the helicopters, why are you going to bring out the helicopters and keep searching for days? Anyway, because the pacemaker does reach out even if she's dead. Well, but anyway, all I'm trying to, I absolutely believe she's alive out the door, because if that wasn't the case, that would have been recorded already, and then they wouldn't they would really be making this a homicide case too. I mean, if they had any certainty of death, then this would be a totally homicide case, and they wouldn't keep going on with all this ransom stuff. I mean, you think they're going to make a big show with the family on that? If it's a homicide, and they knew that, none of that makes any sense. So,
well, as far as the pacemaker goes, and that's something that I personally believe there's still a lot of mystery around. Now, there may be some people that are in the chat that can comment on this, because I've heard several different lines of thought, and one of them is that there was the old style pacemaker, and then there's these so-called new style pacemakers. And one thing that is clear to me, and this is only because it comes from someone who actually, I've mentioned this before, but I'll let others know that I just personally always thought that I had owned smartphones through my workplace. And as soon as I owned one, I realized that it exercised a great deal of control over me, and I didn't like that. I felt like the smartphone was almost like a leash, and so I always made it a point to never own one personally. I'd own it for a workplace if they made me have it, but I didn't own one personally, and I kept to have a flip phone. And the reason why I'm asking whether this may be relevant is that, so let's say, for example, you are an elderly person and they say, well, you need a pacemaker. And the person says, okay, I'll get one. But what about if this elderly person has a flip phone that is not a Wi-Fi flip phone, it's one of those old school flip phones, and does that then mean that they would say, well, we can't give you this pacemaker because it requires that you have a smartphone? See, and so where I'm going with this is then, does that, because see, where this is interesting to me is that if we say to ourselves, well, the pacemaker is integral and dependent on the smartphone as the application, well then what does that mean then if somebody pulls the battery out of the smartphone, or the smartphone gets dropped in water, gets dropped off of a cliff? Does that mean that it's no longer transmitting information? You would think that it would be, but if it was, does that mean that, hold on, but does that then mean it has to be near a device that it would process that information and potentially save it and record it and send it to a doctor's office? Where I'm going with all of this is that I have heard different accounts about whether there was something called a home-based station that was inside her bedroom that was linked to the pacemaker, and that was what was sending the signals to the doctor's office, and that although her phone may have been linked in and synced in so that, let's say that if she left and went somewhere, you know, that the phone could sync with her pacemaker, but that when she was at her home, that it synced with the home base. Now, I don't know if any of that is true, but I'm just saying that you would think that there'd have to be a workaround for a pacemaker for elderly people who say, I don't have a smartphone, because then it still has to transmit data. You know, now they might say, well, I'm sorry, but you have to get a smartphone for it to work. I don't know.
Well, they used to have it without a smartphone, of course, right? But,
Well,
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, because my father had it. They didn't have smartphones when they had it, but so they, and my grandfather too. They would translate. They had some kind of equipment, and they put the phone receiver actually, or so I forget how it worked, but he definitely didn't have a smartphone, and there was a way to transmit.
That has nothing to do with hers. This conversation about the pacemaker has gone in depth. It doesn't just involve the phone at all. She has an Apple Watch. This lady is hip with technology. She's on Facebook. This is somebody, no dummy, with a smartphone or with Facebook or with her Apple Watch. This is somebody I would even expect she's doing her walking steps or something with that Apple Watch. That's a better Apple Watch than the one she's wearing. All I'm trying to say is this is all integrated. It doesn't matter whether the phone is there or not. The phone could be completely gone. There's this thing, the pacemaker thing, goes out to the connects on the wireless level, on Wi-Fi, on probably the that's a recent Apple Watch, so it'll do 2.4 of the 5 gigahertz band range. So that's already communicating that way. So this thing reaches out either to the phone or to her watch, and her watch is right there, and her phone is still there. So, and it doesn't even rely on that necessarily. It still can be just connecting over to the router over Wi-Fi with the pacemaker possibly, unless it doesn't do. Well, let's see now. Wait a minute. Now there's an answer on that. Okay, so the pacemaker is just running on Bluetooth, but that still doesn't matter to me. It's just connecting to her watch or her phone, and then to the router. Okay, so it is dependent on her phone being there nearby or her watch, but we all know she has an Apple phone and an Apple Watch, so there's no communication problem with the pacemaker in the house. In other words, there's no problem with all that stuff being recorded and everything. This is see where the perpetrator has made some mistake or technology mistake, unless they've got some ingenious idea. That's not smart to have left her Apple Watch there in her iPhone, right? So out of all this advantage.
But I wanna make sure that we distinguish on a certain point that we're kind of bouncing around, and I wanna get clarity on this just to make sure that I'm fully understanding what is being said. So that when we think that, for example, so she's got this pacemaker, And what the pacemaker's job to do is to, of course, regulate her pulse, regulate her heartbeat. That is the job that it's supposed to do. Now, it does transmit information, but does that information then, is it dependent that it has to go, like, I'll just give you an example. So let's say someone is having heart problems and they have, they go to their cardiologist, and the cardiologist says, okay, well, we need to have a pacemaker installed. And the patient says, okay, great, let's go ahead and have one. Well, now does that mean that they have to have a device that is set up in such a way that when that pacemaker emits signals, that the doctor is eventually going to get some type of readout, some type of data display that is an ongoing diagram of events of her heart and what is going on with the beats? Or conversely, that in the situation where there isn't a heart problem, but the pacemaker is installed, where the doctor has not said, well, I need to keep a tab on this, and I need to make sure that the data is being recorded so that so I can review it in my office at, when he needs to, and when he needs to have her come in for appointments and blah, 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 when he needs. So, but that is not something that the doctor has asked for. My question is then, I now understand that if you have the watch on, that maybe it might pick up to your pulse because you have the physical watch on. It can read maybe, your pulse. I'm not up on the technology, but if that's what it can do, I can understand that. But my point is once the watch is taken off the body, and so there's no way for that watch to measure a physiological thing from the body, then that means that the pacemaker is the only thing that's left to transmit the data, which means that the watch would then be like a receiver of information. But then why would the Apple Watch be recording pulse information, heart information, if indeed it wasn't requested to do so? For example, if the doctor said, well, I need this information, it needs to be relayed, that's one thing. But if there's no type of order from the doctor that said we need to monitor this and supervise this heart rate, that why is it that information would be relayed, and would it even be relayed from the pacemaker? Because my understanding is from the pacemaker is just relaying the fact that it's operating the way that it's supposed to be, so that like if your battery started to go a little bit lower, that then you could see, oh well, it's showing your reading a little bit differently, the signal is different, so that in that sense that you'd know that it wasn't pushing the heart rate the way it was supposed to. But otherwise, I don't understand the mechanics of how it all works together, I guess, and how it syncs together.
Well, I think to me it's obvious at this level of technology with Apple and an integration, if we're being told the truth that this thing works with an Apple Watch and it's going to work with the Apple phone, because all this stuff is integrated with Apple. And now I know it. I do understand the exclusivity of it transmitting the data through Bluetooth only, because that's the only way they could find her body was through Bluetooth signal. So this, to me, it's absolutely, this is software-driven, an app in there that works with the pacemaker, and that means that they're going to get all kinds of advanced data with any type of abnormal heart event. It's going to be sent out right away to the phone, to the watch, whatever. It's going to be inside the pacemaker too, recording it, but it's also going to send it to the watch and to the phone, because it's trying to reach out to now whoever you've got on notifications, to the doctor's office or to your family, whatever, life alert type idea. In other words, if you're having a major event with that pacemaker and you got your Apple Watch on or your Apple phone nearby, which it is in this case, for all our understanding, and let's say they killed her there, then that's going to send out an emergency notification through the watch and through the phone. It's going to go out. It's going to be sending out. That's my opinion. But that to me makes
Yeah, I'm here.
absolutely no sense. It makes absolutely no sense to develop a pacemaker that works with an app to have it not do that. I mean, that's like the upgrade that everybody would want that has a heart condition. You want to get your information out to the doctor as soon as possible for your family if you're having some bad or aberrant behavior with your heart. So, to me, that's just a given. That's got to be part of the technology now. That's not something that we have to wait 10 years for. It's something that's probably been available with the phone at least for 5 years or more.
So Carolyn, one thing that I'm just curious about, and maybe you can answer this for me based on your experience that you have, so let's just say hypothetically that an elderly person, someone has a pacemaker, and that pacemaker, that why that is there is that it is designed to regulate the heart rate so that it doesn't fluctuate up and down, and that
Right.
it is a consistent heart rate.
Right.
So that is correct so far?
Yeah, I mean, some of them have defibrillators in them, some of them don't. Some people have them because there's, different reasons. But it doesn't mean that you can't have a heart attack with it, even having it. Because my father had a heart attack and passed away with the pacemaker. He had a DNR. He did not want it, and his heart, he had an episode, and yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that,
Yeah.
by the way. Yeah.
Pacemaker.
But my question is, hold on.
I got to insert this. This pacemaker is well known to be a defibrillator built in. This is absolutely known because as they said, that's one of the things. This is one of the reasons why they're also they were out looking for the signal and everything. Was that's going to activate this kind of pacemaker? So there was if she was dead, I guess that's what I'm trying to say on that. That was thoroughly believed, at least for the type of pacemaker, it has the defibrillator built into it, because this one, if she was dead, they don't have an on-off switch for that. The pacemaker will just continue to try to defibrillate until the battery runs down too far to do that anymore.
So my question, Carolyn, that I wanted to ask was, so that in the event that an elderly person wants to exercise, and let's just say that their heart rate now is going to elevate because they are exercising, that does the pacemaker then kind of assist or regulate or kind of work in tandem with that? Or how does that work when, because it would have to differentiate that this is not a irregular or a problem episode.
Like a tachycardia because your heart's going faster, right? So, you know what? That's a good question because I don't know. I don't know if they're advised. I don't know if they're advised. Like some people have them for because they're missing a beat or they skip a beat and it keeps, it just gives a little shock to the heart to keep it, on beating regularly. And some people have them for different things, and I'm sure they've come a long way, but not all of them had a defibrillator.
Well, the reason why I was asking is because I'm just trying to picture that you've got a pacemaker that's working the way it's supposed to, everything's operating the way that it is, and Nancy is laying asleep in her bed, and then she's jostled awake, and now her heart is elevated.
Right.
Which would be someone could say that could be the same thing as if you were suddenly exercising. If you were laying in your bed and you started moving your legs back and forth, exercising, that your heart rate is going to go up. But my point in that is that at some point a pacemaker would say there's something wrong here where I need to intercede and adjust the signal of the heart or do something. And when that pacemaker has to jump in to make that adjustment, of course, that's going to be reflected, right? Because that's a different...
All right, Sassy's saying her father worked for 35 years in Metatronics in the tool and die room making parts for pacemakers. Do you know much about the pacemakers, Sassy? Do you know much about them? No, she does. Some are
Well,
with
anyway,
defibrillators and some aren't, right? Isn't that true?
I wanted
What
though
is
to
the-
finish, I wanted though to finish where I was at with
Oh, I'm
that.
sorry. I just
Yeah, but when Sassy bumps in though, go ahead and say, but my point is that you would think that any event from a pacemaker that causes that pacemaker to have to adjust to compensate for what the heart is doing, that of course that is going to be recorded because it's having to compensate, it's having to adjust. But if the pacemaker doesn't have to make any adjustment, for example, just because someone's heart rate is elevated, I'm just saying, does that necessarily mean that it would be recorded? Because obviously it would be recorded if the pacemaker has to jump in and compensate. But if it doesn't, and the person just has this elevated heart rate, would that be measured separately, or would it be measured and reflected? That was what I wanted to get across.
yeah, I'd have to look that up to be sure about.
There's two methods of the data collection, and at this advanced level, again, making the assumption this works with her watch and with her phone. This has all been stated repeatedly. We know this one has a defibrillator, so we can move past that. At least that's the way all the discussions are going. And I don't think it matters whether it's a defibrillator or not, except that's just the battery life as to how much faster it's going to run down. The bottom line is that any normal event stuff is going to be logged in there at regular periods, even elevated heart rate, might even be all logged. I mean, there's plenty of, there's more storage space nowadays with these things, so they can have a full data readout that's only sent in monthly or whenever she's going to go to the doctor, all that. Whenever she's going to do, probably that's just for doctor appointments. They'll send the data up, and then goes to talk to the doctor. Let me finish. So the only thing that's coming out, in my opinion, is an emergency event. This is where the defibrillator or where a shock is sent to the heart at a certain level or something to maintain a rhythmic beat. Where there's an event that a major event that the heart has to be corrected. If it isn't, the heart's gonna continue to deteriorate. So it's a preventative action. And in my opinion, when it's doing something like that, it's going to send out a notice to the doctor's office that right away, so it'll be there the next day, or if it's business hours, they can get it or at least detect it. I even think there might be notifications set up in the app to go to somebody who's in the caregiver position. Like this would go to Annie and Tommaso, for sure.
Right, so we would automatically conclude, I'm just saying that if this was true and that it was connected to the doctor's office or whatever, that would ultimately mean that at some point the doctor or the technician at the doctor's office would say, hey, what happened to Nancy? We have this huge heart episode that just showed up here, and it certainly would be part of the investigation because they would receive that information if indeed that was the route and the way that it was transmitted.
Yeah,
right?
But if it happened, they're not going to have it, and I don't know that information will leak out to reporters no matter what. But again, from everything we're hearing, her pacemaker was working up to the moment she left the house. So what I don't understand, the whole point of the debate about it is that she's alive, her heart's working fine. Otherwise, if they were killing her before that time mark, there's going to be there's going to be notifications sent out and all that. It's going to be in their watch and in their phone, whether it got to the doctor's office or not. So, that would determine, whether this is a homicide level event, depending on what that data is. If you're assuming there is some kind of emergency notification trying to be sent, but that's a major cover up from what they're portraying to the public. That
her heart was working out the door and her pacemaker was still communicating. And if it's, you know, if it was something much worse than that, then they already know she's probably dead.
So Carolyn, I know that their pacemaker, of course, is going to activate when it senses the heart is going to do a certain thing that, you know, where the pacemaker is programmed to respond when the heart fails to do something that it's supposed to do. But in the sense that when we're talking, say, about an elevated heart rate, such as what you might even see during exercise, could you Google a question and that question?
Sure.
Okay, could you Google something that would ask, do pacemakers record elevated heart rate? And you could even say do modern, or do...
Yes, modern pacemakers constantly monitor and record heart rate, including both slow bradycardia and elevated tachycardia rates. They act as a diagnostic tool, storing data on arrhythmias and heart rhythm trends that doctors can review to adjust treatments.
That's great. So there you go, Space Cat.
Well, I already knew that. I don't know what I've been saying that up here. Yes, I know that, but I mean, listen, that Apple Watch she's wearing, for your information, she signed away her rights about all kinds of medical information they've been collecting on her watch. You know, I see my Apple
Well,
Watch.
let me say something really important, because there's a discrepancy on this. While the pacemaker monitors and records, pacemakers are primarily designed to correct slow heart rates, whereas devices such as ICDs, which are implantable cardioverter defibrillators, are better suited for treating dangerous fast rates. See, they're not all defibrillators.
And I'm not an expert on it, but boy, I'll tell you, it sure would be nice to have a person here that could speak to the type of pacemaker that she had. But I don't dispute anything that Space Cat is saying at all. I think he's spot on with what he's saying.
Listen, they got all kinds of data on that Apple Watch. They can get them from Apple too, from the company if they're willing to share. That may be a problem because Apple's a super privacy-oriented company, but they collect on
They get subpoenas on anybody in a crime. They subpoena everything.
Whatever. Yeah, well, they did that on they haven't supposedly been able to decrypt Crook's iPhone. At least we're not being told, you know, that Apple wouldn't cooperate to do that. So that's the guy that attempted assassination on Trump and hit him in the ear. Anyway, all I'm trying to say is this: look, there isn't no shortage of data that they've collected on her heart thing. If there was a major event, and even an elevated event or something, that Apple Watch is collecting 24/7 data, either randomly or when it senses something it wants, maybe something aberrant. They're collecting data on everybody. So I'm just telling you that it checks your heartbeat rate at different times, and it checks your. She's got a newer Apple Watch on, so it's doing all this stuff. So I don't think there's just data there from her pacemaker thing. There's data that was left there on her watch and phone, a lot about her heart condition that doesn't even have anything to do with the pacemaker. And this is something that I'm just saying now. If we're talking about the perfect crime and the expert, if it's true, what we've all been told here all along is that the watch and her phone were left there in possession. So that's a major F up. Assuming this advanced tech person, crypto guy, and all that stuff, you do not leave, you destroy. In other words, if you get a hammer out before you leave and you just crush it, and you stick it in the microwave, whatever. They needed to just, if this was a really, there's a really cool TV series that sometimes streams. It was streaming on Netflix. It streams on Amazon. you want to know about techie stuff and tracking stuff, and just it's a wild conspiracy story. It's a real popular series, but it shows a lot of the techie hacking stuff. It's called Mr. Robot. If nobody's watched Mr. Robot, then you want to learn about stuff I'm talking about on an entertaining conspiracy level. Watch that series, Mr. Robot. It's awesome. It's one of it's my favorite tech series, but that has the hacky eye thing. But anyway, all I'm trying to say is that whoever this person was, that's a major fuck up. I mean, you do not leave a watch
So I want to ask a question. I want to ask a question about that then. So let's just say hypothetically, and this is for the chat as well, because I mean I know they must have thought of this. So let's just say hypothetically that there on the Apple Watch is an event that shows there's an elevated heart, that it goes from resting pulse to an elevated, and that it's evident to anyone who's looking at it that obviously she was awoken from her sleep at this point. My question is this, that supposedly in one of the ransom letters, it was stated that the Apple Watch was what was mentioned, and it was mentioned in such a way that apparently where it was placed at was indicative of something that only the abductors would know. And this is an interesting thing because the reason why I'm bringing this up is so that people usually have certain places that they put things. So, if someone has a watch on and maybe they're getting ready to go to bed, and I don't know, maybe people keep their Apple Watch on the whole time with them, but if she didn't and she had a certain place where she always put that watch, then that watch would have been sitting in that particular place when that event would have occurred, that would have showed her elevated heart. And so my question would be that then would the investigators also be able to tell that her watch was then moved from that particular area where she always put it at to a more unique area that an abductor could say, I set it at the foot of the bed, turned at 45 degrees, and so that would be something so specific that only the abductor would know that. But why I'm saying that is that if it occurred, would the investigators then be able to say, well, we can tell that this phone was picked up and moved after the heart event occurred, and that it was actually moved a few feet to this other location, and we could actually see that that occurred? Because if they could see that, that would be indicative that it more than likely was the abductors that moved that phone and not Nancy.
Yeah, to me, people want to go on thinking that this wasn't a real ransom attempt, that they can go ahead, but I don't, that's from my point of thinking, that's not a debatable point at all. There's too many lineups with this being a real ransom attempt, and whatever information they gave to the police, believe me, the way it was worded by the FBI agent that I already read the other day, it doesn't even mention the watch or the clothing or the whatever the other thing was that the other placement item of the broken floodlight. All right, the FBI thing, it's a quoted thing. The person read it word for word. I know this is I don't have it printed out here in front of me, but they have stated that only the only the FBI investigators know of something about the crime scene that only the criminal knows and they know. Nobody else could know. Not the family, not the reporters, nothing. All right? So if you believe the FBI, and they're very cryptic, the FBI don't like to say shit. They don't like to say anything. But that's a very concise statement. So, and everything else with this whole ransom note falls along the line that this is a rational, planned out ransom. This isn't an afterthought. It isn't the the timing of the ransom note, the very next day after it got international attention on Monday, I think it was 5 p.m., right before the news shows come out, or I can't remember the exact time on the Monday, but I think it was that's all documented. So we're in a ransom situation, and the perpetrators, whoever was taking her out, is connected to the ransom. So that's 100%, in my opinion. You can't unwind that easily at all.
Well, the thing about it is, and this is just my personal feeling, is that I feel that they're so central. The ransom letters are so central to this whole thing that they deserve a lot more discussion. However, Carolyn has said that we beat the dead horse with the ransom, and I just feel that I disrespect her if I keep wanting to talk about it. The only reason why I brought it up was that, is that with regarding any mention of the Apple Watch in the actual letter itself, and then the fact that we have an elevated heart rate, and if they can say, the investigators can say, look at this watch moved after the heart rate event. And I mean, that would be like saying that the abductors picked it up and put it in a certain place, so then they could write it, the letter, and say, hey, we have it put in a certain way that we know that when we send somebody there to go and look, they're gonna find that there's a watch sitting there exactly as we said that it would be, and that, it would be an identifier. But that's the only reason why I brought that up. But beyond that, getting back to the blood drops and
Well,
go ahead. I see you want to say something, Space Cat.
Yeah. I had no doubt that they took every effort to use the movement placement of if they can track that and Apple gives it to them, if there's a way to go into your app and see. It depends on what things she has turned on. There's a find me thing. I would think that she has these installed on her phone. I almost guarantee you that the family and she would do that. Again, because she uses Facebook, her mind is sharp, she is online, she just was posting pictures on Facebook and stuff. This is somebody who's techie oriented for her age, she's advanced. She's got the Apple Watch on, okay, all this stuff. So here's what I'm assuming she's got installed on her iPhone and on her watch. And that is the app it's built in. You just activate it, sign it off on the phone and the watch. You want to be able to find my phone, find my watch. Okay. And I had those installed on my iPhone from years ago and stuff, and unfortunately I've had a couple of them stolen. So I find my thing, and I could find where the damn criminals were. They stole my phone. I couldn't do anything about it. But that really pissed me off. That
I bet.
Anyway, it's frustrating. But the point is that tags it down to the precise location, even within the building. So yeah, they would on a house that size, these Find My Things would be installed. At least the tracking aspect of it and the recording of it would be there. So they could see the movements of that phone and watch. Again, assuming that and I would assume we have to assume that Tommaso or Annie or Savannah would know Nancy's password or know where she keeps it to her phone. You don't even have to have your phone password protected or the watch. And because she's alone and by herself, maybe she doesn't even really feel a need to do that. That's very possible, because that's a hassle to have to enter your code in every time. So I would say there's a high percentage likelihood she doesn't even have her thing password protected. But there are certain aspects when you activate, you have to put a password in. So there is some password thing on the phone. But I would assume, that the basic ones are not installed, like just to open your phone up
I bet Nancy does not have the password for that. But if you're, so anyway, I guess what I'm trying to say is, yeah, all that, I mean, I just assume that stuff's activated. I mean, if she misplaced her phone or leaves her phone somewhere, you want to be able to find it quickly. And because she has a pacemaker, you know, and there is this communication aspect with her phone, we just have to assume, I mean, I would assume 100%. She's got Find My Phone, Find My Watch installed and activated. And then I would assume 100% that the family knows how to unlock her phone if there is a lock and get in to help her, right?
And if she has the apps enabled, are they specific enough that if that phone is only moved, say a matter of 2 feet, and say it's a drop in elevation from where it was at, from say it dropped 2 feet and it moved 2 feet, but it moved after the heart rate event, would they be able to see that? If that right app was enabled on the phone?
Yeah, it's just again, it's all this privacy issue and everything and how it works with the criminal there is so much stuff being recorded on your phone and watch. You have no idea that it's an incredible amount of data. So yes, there's all kinds of minutiae data, but whether you can get to it or not without Apple's help or something, I can't answer that. All I know is that, you know, I don't like them tracking me when I drive with my iPhone, but I've done something to my damn iPhone in the upgrade that it's checking everything on my how I drive. It's tracking that, and even though I've tried to turn that off a long time ago, I see it come up, and it's so I've agreed to something, or because they've upgraded and they integrated into legal documents, whatever. I know all my driving is being tracked with the Apple iPhone. Now I didn't even want it. All right, so all that's happening. I know that my Apple Watch, it comes on, check my heart rate, my oxygen level, or whatever periodically, and that's gathering. I know that's for Apple's, you know.
If you ever bang the Apple Watch too hard, it asks you if you've fallen. It says, "Have you fallen?"
Oh yeah,
Mm-hmm.
absolutely, that's right. That's actually that's something that they must have improved way. That now they finally, they've resolved the level of fall. Yes, all those events are being recorded and they're being stored somewhere, and they're being sold.
So Carolyn, can you Google that if an Apple device or Apple, I guess what would it be? Would it be the Apple phone or
The Apple Watch. What do you want to know about it? Will it what?
If it is moved 3 feet,
Right.
is that detectable?
Well, it'll probably just show it as steps because somebody would have had to move it, right? So I guess it's going to depend if they have, if they've made contact with the back of it, you know. But it should show that it's in a different location.
That's interesting.
If she has, I've already answered this. If she has Find My Phone installed or Find My Watch, this is all there. Okay, the movements of it. When you activate it, it's going to show you where it is in the present. All right. As far as the logs it keeps, the records it keeps back in time, we have no idea there. I don't recall that that this tracking thing logs where it is. I assume it probably. I assume it does. Okay. Because that's just something they're like they want to do. But maybe you can. I haven't had to need to go back and see where my watch was 24 hours ago or whatever. You know, I've explored the app. But in real time, pinpointing where it is within the house, you can see if it's upstairs or, you know, over whatever. But this is what relevance is this? The FBI was informed something that this ransom person was there in the house. He's connected to the crime. And it doesn't matter a damn whether it's the watch or the floodlight or the clothing. There's something more, even I say, that they said beyond those things, that the FBI knows that this ransom is real and this crime took place. And
person that sent the note, it gave them the secret information. And we're never going to be told what that is until the trial, comes out, when they reveal the defense, when all that has to be prepared. I don't think they're intending to ever tell us anything like that. They have to keep certain things completely secret. If you think that they're going to release out the Apple Watch and the floodlight and the clothing to the public, and that is what the whole sourcing of I just think that's extremely naive. That is a key aspect to the whole. It would be one of the biggest errors. People should be fired in the FBI and everywhere else if that's all it is that they told them. That's just sourcing to put out some information to the public to give, but it's not all the source. They have to hold back something like that never goes public on that part of the crime. Because the defense is already going to come back and say this was all public, it could have been found out or leaked or something like this. And that's going to be a huge problem to prosecute this thing, right? So, I mean.
And I think you made it clear when you were talking earlier about, the phone's capacities of being able, if you have that find me option enabled in there. But when you were discussing it, you didn't really you specified as if you could find it in different parts of the house. So that was clear by what you said, but what I was specifically asking about was a very minute movement in the bedroom. In other words, a couple of feet. That's what I was asking about, because, and when you were saying, well, what's the relevance? Well, the reason why I was asking why I thought it was relevant is because if we have a heart rate that elevates suddenly, and then all of a sudden maybe it does whatever, but slightly thereafter there's an Apple Watch that gets moved from one small location 2 feet away and drops 2 feet to another. The whole point is that I'm not asking whether it has sensitivity to be picked up in the kitchen. From, let's say, if you look at the record, you could say, oh, I see the move from the bedroom to the kitchen. That wasn't what I was asking. What I was asking is to have sufficient sensitivity that if it was just moved 2 feet, would somebody be able to know that? And the reason why is because you would think that if you saw that it moved 2 feet and that it occurred after the elevated heart rate, you would assume that it was the perpetrator that moved the watch and not Nancy.
Yeah, anyway, I don't think it matters necessarily one way or the other. I've already said why. So, because the watch isn't the key factor whether this is a real ransom or a crime for the movement of the watch. I think when the detectives came in there and it rapidly became a homicide. They sent homicide in sometime in the afternoon. I don't know exactly what time, but they were called in right away. I mean, there wasn't a lot of time spent. It's not like they were out. This was a parallel. This is the way that Nanos, and I know we all don't like Nanos, including me, but he said right up front in his first nighttime conference and everything, this was escalated with a homicide scene. Now, that came out a day or two later, other conference, but he said that, there was the potential that this could be a crime scene. That's all he was willing to say. But what he was doing in the background, when he said this was a potential to be a crime, what he really had done was he activated everybody, including the FBI, to get involved in the beginning and all this. So, and we now later learned that it was homicide brought in. So this was considered from day one, and they just arrived there. I mean, he said that day, I can't remember, was 100 people personnel or 200. But, he called in everybody that day. So, yeah. So, I would assume that they know exactly where the watch was laid. And I know, and as soon as the ransom came in the next day, and they were already considering this to be a kidnapping, abduction from day one, from right away. I mean, this rapidly became
an abduction, kidnapping, murder thing. That was the crime. So this brings in the FBI and everybody right away. So what I'm saying is they expertly know exactly where that watch was. Obviously, it's a major piece of evidence, and I don't understand why this high-tech criminal would dare leave the watch around unless this is like, you know, they must have some inside information that's totally irrelevant to them ever getting back to them. But or the phone for that matter. But they know precisely where that watch was. It's well documented, well photographed, probably from who knows how many angles and videotaped to the scene. So all that had to come in was if the watch is a key identifier to the FBI about where it was and exactly what it was, it doesn't require the Apple Watch to verify anything. They just have to tell them where the watch was, the placement of it, because it's already known in the crime scene investigation where that watch is. Now, what I mean, the FBI and the sheriff, they would be derelict in their duty if they didn't go to find out everything they could find out about the watch and the phone, how it was moved. And I've repeatedly said over and over, all that data is being constantly recorded onto the phone. And if there was any kind of major heart event, all that's recorded into the watch and the phone. It's just whether they have the technical expertise and whether Apple is willing to give them that information, you know, to unlock it and go back and see it. But yeah, if the phone is tracking you, how your car moves and all that, and how you fall, and moving I mean, I heard recently that I had another Apple device that I purchased. It's one of these like AirPod things that you put in your ears, and that runs on Bluetooth. And I've heard recently you can pinpoint the location to that, right down to I don't know what the micro location is on it, but it's supposed to be very precise, and you can see where it has fallen in the room, that kind of thing. But I don't really think any of that really matters much to the investigation. They have way more confirmation information beyond the placement of the watch and the phone. That's identifying the criminal. I mean, what is it that you think so critical about this, that's so critical to, I mean, this doesn't, whether the watch is involved at all with the, I mean, my belief, you could 100% remove all the information about the watch, and it doesn't change what this crime is one little bit.
What I think is critical is that, so if you can see on the watch that there was an elevated heart event, and then all of a sudden that you can see that the watch is moved to a location that was specified in the ransom letter, that you can pretty much know that it was the abductors that moved that. That's the point that I'm making. I mean, I know that it's specified in a letter, right? But you've got the corroboration of it basically on the phone itself. So it's like an independent corroboration, because you've got the letter that comes in that says the phone will be in X location, but you don't know that that's true until you actually see that the phone is in that location, and then you have to determine, is it there? Could Nancy have put that, for example, I'll just give you an example. So I know that there were some people who said that, well, just because they said the phone was in a particular location does not mean that that was anything specific, and that anybody could have guessed the location. All they needed to say was that, oh, well, she put the phone on the charger next to her, on her coffee table, next to the bed. And if indeed that happened to be where it was, that somebody could get lucky and just guess that, and therefore kind of invalidate the sense that that could be used as an identifier. But what my point is that if indeed it is at a different location than the normal spot that it would be at, and indeed that it's been moved after the Ghart event, and it's specified in the letter, that's kind of a corroborating thing that it backs up the letter itself, and that it shows that Nancy couldn't have been the one to place it there. That was my main point.
Well, but, yeah. Anyway, we know that the ransom people gave them unique identifying information that this crime was committed by them, and the FBI's already said that many different ways. So we just have to, you have to trust certain aspects of the investigation. You have to make some basic assumptions here. And honestly, my belief is sort of we're obsessing over this watch and the slight movement or whatever. They had the crime scene documented long before these discussions even started, and the ransom note started like 24 hours later. So they already, they're not going to waste time going into a watch. I mean, that's another part of the investigation. They're just going to go look at the crime scene photos and talk to the detective and look at the video, and they're going to see something way beyond the Bluetooth watch. What is it that you don't get here? The FBI is not going to leak neither the sheriff or anything is going to give out that some unique identifying piece of information that has never gotten out into the public. That's totally secure. That's like one of the most secure pieces of information. I mean, if they let out just those things that's the unique identity, if that's all it is or whatever, that's totally irresponsible. I mean, that's like a major crime being committed by the police. They ought to be fired from their jobs in the FBI. Whoever's involved in it. You don't.
So if I ever.
You have to make a basic assumption here. Look, there's something beyond the watch. It's beyond the floodlight. It's beyond the clothing. There's something else in the messaging, whatever, that's been totally kept secret, off the record, and they're keeping that for the trial. And anybody with common sense in the criminal field would know that this is what has to be done. This is protocol. If they're that incompetent, then that they've screwed up the whole case from start to finish. So, you can make up any. Yeah. Huh?
Space Cat, I don't think that you mean anything offensive, when you say a sentence like, is there something that you're not getting here? I don't think you mean to be offensive when you say something like that, but I would say that there are some people who might interpret that as if to kind of say like, listen, it's very clear to me, what is it that you're not getting? And I want to let you know that there's been instances in our conversations where things have been very clear to me, that at least I thought were readily obvious, but I didn't come back to you and say, well, what is it that you're not getting here? And the reason why I didn't do that is because I wanted to respect you as an individual. So I don't mind engaging you and having these conversations, but if you happen to be more technically sophisticated than me in a certain area, that's fine and well. And if I want to inquire about that so I can learn, that's fine. But for you to come back and say, well, what are you not getting here, is kind of suggestive that it's condescending. And so I just want to put that out there, that I'm glad to engage you, but I do feel that I'm on your intellect equally in that regard as far as normal conversation. So I just want to make sure that we don't have any discrepancies there.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I apologize. I do know that I sometimes get frustrated. I'm much more critical. I'm more critical style about stuff. But yeah, I guess when I'm at a frustration level with this conversation, because I think I've just said this over with you many times, and then you're just saying the same thing again, and so it's like I've repeated myself at least 5 times now. I bet if we went back and looked, and you're saying basically the same thing again and again, and it's like, but I know it takes sometimes absorption of information problems. Like you have to listen to something repeatedly. This happens to me all the time, where I have to hear something 5 or more times before I even get a new idea. So I can see that that's maybe an issue in this case, you know. So I'm not trying to be personal or anything like that, but I am to the point where I don't think I can help explain it any more clearer, because I don't have a way to clarify that with you. So we should just change the subject on this part and go somewhere else. And then you can
But
come
I do
back
want to
the
make
next-
sure that, something is clear, because so if, for example, it is, like, you made a valid point that if someone explains something repeatedly and they say it 5 times over and the person doesn't get it, I'm gonna agree with you, Space Cat, that would be frustrating, but I wanna make sure that whether this is or is not the case, so I'm gonna ask, so for my own clarification, Carolyn, do you feel that it was repeated several times in such a way that I should have understood what was being said?
No, I mean, I see where you're going with that, and then it is something, because like you get so frustrated because you understand something, like or space, like maybe you're passionate about something, so you're like, you remind me. I'll tell you what it's like. A math teacher, right? Because my husband is a math teacher, and he doesn't have a lot of patience teaching like remedial math or stuff. He just doesn't have it. Okay, he teaches high level math, so he'll be like, it just reminds me of this. Like, well, why can't you see this equation? Is that, like, it's like, what do I have to do? You just seem like you're very frustrated if someone doesn't see your point right away. Or maybe they don't see it that way, or they're asking again, but you get really frustrated. And then you say something like, you did it to Margaret that time, like, right? She says something and you were like, anyway, like, it just discounted her, and she got really hurt by that. So
And I don't want, and I don't want it to in any way be beat up on Space, because sometimes in life when people drop a hint and they say, well, I kind of said this to you a few times, that what they're really kind of hinting is like, you kind of should catch on to it. And I don't mind that, as long as it's dropped in a subtle kind of way that's kind of like, doesn't make you feel too
right,
stupid.
yeah, because you don't want to say, what are you,
but-
stupid? You can't get this? Yeah, so.
Right, but
Yeah.
so I will say to Space, like Space, if I was a little bit slow on the draw, I'm glad to even acknowledge that. I just don't want to be feeling like I want you to know that I had a high GPA. I wasn't someone who was that slow all the way around. But in certain aspects, you might know more than me, and maybe things don't click right away. But I will be more sensitive to your frustration level, so that in situations like that they don't escalate.
Well, I apologize. I know I'm in the, I was being too critical there. This is, you were, I mean, I don't know the exact example here, but a few days ago, however long we've been talking, there was some point you were repeating to me, like, at least 5 times. And I'm sure we have a similar personality that way. We work a problem over and over and over. And it wasn't cleared in my mind, so I'm sure you were getting frustrated because you kept asking it. You're much more patient or less critical than I am, but it didn't break through my brain fog over it. It took you like many times to repeat it, and then finally I understood what you were getting at. Again, and I didn't understand before. So sometimes it just has to be done. But we don't have to take this. We don't.
Nope.
Have to,
Nope.
Just,
I think we covered it.
get
We
sort of
covered
a
it
heated,
now.
just a heated debate at some point, and we can move on. I mean, I
I'm good with it.
apologize. Yeah.
And I apologize likewise if there's anything, and that goes for anybody in the chat as well, because I want to respect this is Carolyn's channel, and so I want to make sure that I give the due respect not only to, Space Cat, but everyone here in the channel. Was there questions, Carolyn?
No, somebody's asking about somebody. Do you hear music, Mr. Wu? Yeah, I don't know.
I hear no. Oh, yeah.
No, I don't know if Mr. Wu is just saying that. Okay. Let me see. How about now, Murder? Try now. Or you're gonna have to give it a minute. You do? You do hear it? What kind of music? What kind of music are you hearing? Oh, you don't hear music.
Well, if he's the only one hearing it, then it's.
Oh, no, no. Oh, he's listening to something else at his house. Okay, never mind. Okay.
Anyway, I want to move on to the, since this has come back to a point of focus or debate about the ransom being legitimate or not, and the guys committing the crime are connected directly to it. Again, this frustrated me. This isn't going to take a long time, but I want to go back to how I figured out how Savannah, they should have answered the, because this is public and an international event, this is going to be a historic case, and millions of people are involved in this, and they are well aware of this. The family, the FBI, everything. I do not like the idea at all, one bit, that Savannah and the FBI are in cahoots together, and that this is some, we have absolutely no way to trace them and catch the thing. And so we just lied to everybody, and she's put on all these Academy Award performances, you know, that the ransom's not real, or they can't catch them or something, and they don't end up paying the money, and none of it adds up, okay? Because you just look at a release today, what the thing's coming up tomorrow or whenever it is on Friday, whatever. And you could see how heartbroken she is and everything. That's not acting. That's not anyway. But what the family should have done, instead of Cameron coming out and saying, you know, in this, this is very poorly managed. This was a very bad psychological. All this counseling from the FBI. I'm giving you the finger because now I've just figured out, man. You should not have had that guy do that at all. He's sort of the boss man, the military man. He actually moves forward into the picture, so we're using an authority figure here, telling him, you know, just get back with us. We got to hear from you. You know, we haven't heard from you type of that. That's the sort of the meaning of that communication, you know, and then we'll pay. So already everybody's breaking the rules there. If anybody's following the case closely, they've already know how to pay. They already know how to communicate, you know. So I was trying to think, what should the family have said, or what the advisement should be, and this is what I think should have been said. They should have put out, and this is just how I would do it, but it could vary on this thing, but I would have put out 5 questions or 3 questions that only the mother would know, you know, that she would obviously remember, and you would choose more than one just in case she forgets. You know, but you'd put out 3 to 5 questions to the ransomer to say, we need to know that our mother's still alive, and you get these questions answered. Just, you know, whatever, even one is good enough. You're just trying to put out a few so that in case your mother forgets. I mean, it's not going to be easy questions, so it only she could answer it if she's alive, and the abductors wouldn't have known that information ahead of time to ask her, you know, so you're controlling that verification. But that's how you find out if your mother's still alive. And at least, you know, then you can decide, all right, that because the ransomer answered the next day to Cameron, he said, this is it, man, you got till Monday, and, you know, all the threats, whatever were in there. So the ransomers were in communication. They did talk to them, okay? So why didn't the family ask unique questions to the ransomer through Cameron or whoever that only the mother could answer in real time, and then they would know whether she's still alive or not, and then they could know whether they're going to decide the value of her thing. Because to me, she's worth $4 million alive or dead, as opposed to $1 million now dead and no likely recovery ever at this point. Okay, no likely memorial service or anything getting the body back, at least so far, right? So why didn't the family do that? Why this is not, this is my question is, people are smart enough. Savannah's smart enough with her criminal background, or Lori, you know, she knows the way, the balance of that thing. Just none of this makes any sense to me. All right, why didn't that happen? Because even if you believe your mother is alive, or even if you believe this ransom is a complete fake or something, why not at least reach out? Because this is, everybody is in the world is interested in this and wants some resolution. You've got a bigger responsibility, a bigger psychological aspect to this case, to even give this to the benefit of the public, to at least go that extra step, you know. And they already were communicating, it wasn't beneath them to tell the ransomer to communicate with us. So if the big issue was whether your mother's alive or not, you do just what I said. You ask these questions out, then you would know whether she's alive or not, and then you could decide, you know, maybe to bargain back with the ransom person the next day. Well, okay, she's not worth $4 million. We think she's dead now. We'll just pay $2 million or whatever. You know what I mean? So what's going on with the logic of that?
You know, and don't take this as being comical, because I'm serious. She's going to be on the, they're going to air a 2-part interview with Hoda Kotb tomorrow and Friday. If you have Facebook, maybe you could go on the Today Show page and message them, or write a comment asking, say, yeah, I just wonder if she'll address this. Why didn't she pay the ransom?
Well, this is, why didn't she send the message? That's even more important. What I just said is, this is
Okay.
If I thought when I sat after I had a good night's sleep, if I could think of this in about 5 minutes time, why did the family send that kind of message? There's something going on. They could have found out whether she's alive or not. Don't you understand? You don't think, yeah.
There's no guarantee she was alive at that time to answer the questions.
I know that, but we know that just by asking those questions, that determines 100% whether she's alive or dead. So they
It doesn't, because it's just like how we talked about before. If they had a set way that they were going to do things, and then they're coming back saying, well, just tell us the identifiers. And the ransomers are thinking, you're telling us how it's going to be? You're waiting for us to communicate back with you and set us up for... Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, there's an easy reply to that. The ransomers did answer them the next day. They sent a note. They did an elaborate threat and whatever else. So if they're going to communicate and they really want the money, and whether she's dead or alive, they could... The question just could be thrown out there. Whether they answer them or not doesn't matter. The point is that you tried, and you gave them the option to prove whether she's alive or not. And if they didn't answer, then obviously she's probably dead 100%. And now they can decide whether to pay the ransom or not, dead or alive, or offer to pay a lower amount. I mean, we know the ransom people are in communication. They respond. They're watching every second of this whole thing play out. So if I really want the money, and whether she's dead or alive, I still should be presented with a question to answer, have the option to answer by the family.
Okay.
This is something the responsibility of the family to do. It has nothing to do with the...
Can I ask something? Do you think all the ransom notes, with just the exception of the one that the guy they got, but every other ransom note, do you think they are all written by the same person?
The only two there's one ransom note that I think is real original ransom note. I don't care about TMZ.
Okay, so you're only talking about the ones that were sent to KOLD?
Yeah, KOLD. Now, I do think the threat warning and all that to pay, since it still has to do with the deadline, and it still came from some identifying address. They were using the same type of... It doesn't matter. what it shows
Different
on
IP
the-
addresses, yes, and it was encrypted servers like Proton or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's very unlikely that they're using that. I mean, it's very likely that it's the same person. The way, listen, let me just explain this. I have the technical knowledge. The reason why it's a different IP address is because the IP addresses are randomizing constantly. You get one IP address, you know.
Right, with a VPN or whatever. Yeah, they can.
Let me,
Yeah.
let me finish explaining.
Okay.
They can set the randomization of this IP address to change every second or
Mhm.
fraction of a second or
That I know. I
45
do know
minutes.
that. Yeah.
Nothing special. The fact that it came under a different IP address. That's what they. In fact, you. Would
Of course,
expect
people
that.
do that on purpose.
When-
I understand that
All
100%.
right, but there's nothing great if they're not. You know, that's just informational. There's nothing insightful there. That doesn't prove that it's not from the same people. The fact is, they know it came from the same server software and the same hardware in the background, whatever that identifying is. They believe it to be the same person. So yes, I am going with 100%. The ransomer answered it. After all, it's just a follow-up to get their money paid on the same crypto key. There's no reason for somebody to make up that and send that in, okay, because it's not benefiting anybody else. This is to benefit the original ransomer. So all I'm trying to say, what's very upsetting to me now about this whole thing, because there's a major logic flaw that everybody deserves to know whether she's alive or not to try to get that answer from the ransomer. And they just should have asked some unique questions that would go public. See, they could publish that, whatever, to the world, and then we could find out whether they answered the questions or not, you know. And that is something that the ransomer, you know, either they have the answer or not, but at least they were presented with the option to do it. And if they don't answer the questions, that's fine. They didn't answer them the next day anyway when Cameron told them to get a hold of them, you know, except a threat. They did answer them to threaten them to pay. But that would have given, all I'm trying to say, that would have given the family and the world the public benefit to have a really good idea whether she's alive or not. Because what's the harm? I mean, if they have her alive and they've given these unique questions, what is the harm then to let everybody know, the FBI, whatever, that she's still alive? They could have answered that question and proven to the family that she is alive, and then they would have to pay it, right? They'd have to pay it, or at least that would be the implication. But if they don't answer the question, and since we know they answered anyway, then the family had the decision point to understand that their mother is likely dead. And so do we want to go through and recover the body now for $6 million or not? You know, do we want, and all I can say is that well, anyway, they're going to regret that they didn't pay it, you know, in my opinion, and didn't pose this kind of question. Because at least they could have made a decision tree, and it's such a heartfelt case with people just.
But do we know that they did? We don't know for a fact that they didn't write back.
Well, yes, you could speculate anything, but I mean, but I think it came to a point of closure with the deadlines and everything that it's ending on Monday, no matter what. So, whatever. You know,
But they may have written back and said, "Look, if you give us this, you will have your money," and maybe they just never got back to them.
Now, some people. There's any kind of manipulative thing that could be hidden. That's not. All I'm trying to say is I gave a logical thing for the family to do that they should have done, something to affect what I'm doing, because that doesn't give away the perpetrator's identity or location or anything. They communicated with them once again after this, so they should have just loaded those questions. This is what's ridiculous. Then you would know whether your mother's alive or not. Just to understand, this is important for everybody, not just her family, but everybody and the friends, everybody involved in the thing. This is something that this is a unique chance to find out, and we know these ransomers were listening and responding. So it was a very critical moment to find out information they should have found out. It's that you want to how do we know they didn't do any of this stuff in secret? Fine, that's just wild speculation. I mean, that's like, we'll never know anything like that. Some people speculate.
Well, we may soon,
Some people speculate that they paid the ransom, and I don't believe that for a second, because the crypto keys were known to TMZ and probably many other people at that point. So when you have only one way to pay them through the crypto key, so too many people knew the crypto key beyond just TMZ, the local news, and all that. So that was being monitored by a lot of people. But this is a bogus, this is a conspiracy idea that people are putting out there. Whoa, what if she did pay? What if they did pay the ransom? We just don't know. But yes, we do. We do know, because we have to trust in reporters and reporting, and that the crypto key is well known to a number of people, independent of the family and the FBI, and all of that. So if they did pay, in fact, we did find out when somebody put in $300 and something into the account. So what they were probably trying to do is ping something off that return if somebody checked the crypto key. You see, if somebody went into that account and looked at that $300, also people were maybe they did it to see if they had an automatic notification that was traceable. So there were, obviously the ransomers are pretty damn smart. They knew to turn all that stuff off and not to access the wallet when $300 was in it. They didn't have any notifications turned on or anything.
Right, but what I'm saying is we don't know everything, so it is possible that they responded to the kidnappers and said, look, you have your money, we just need a picture of our mother, something to proof of life, and you have your money. Or they might have asked a question. You don't know what they could have said. They could have said, something, ask my mother this, come back with the answer, and you'll have your money.
And there is counter logic too as well. So I can give you a reason why that such a ruse, such as asking them serious questions, why that wouldn't have worked. And
yeah.
So for example,
No.
hold on. No, hold on. No. I know you have a way of inserting yourself, so I just want to speak for a minute. So, as far as I'm concerned, if we say to ourselves, well, what do we go off of by appearances? Well, the appearances are that they went there to go and do a ransom. And so normally what we would see when you do a ransom is that you offer some level of proof to let them know that, hey, I do have your loved one. Now, supposedly they did offer proof that they were there, so they could say, like, yeah, we were inside the house, we left you proof to prove that. But in both of the letters, they never gave any proof that she was alive. And they could have, just by doing the exercise that you said, which is to sit Nancy down and say, we've got 5 questions for you that we know that your children would know that you know, and we're going to answer, and we're going to have you tell us these answers, and we're going to put them in here, because when your children read these, they're going to know that only you would have known these answers, and that they know that you're alive. But we didn't see ransom letters that were like that. The type of ransom letters that we saw did not give any proof of life. And so a person might say, well, why is that? Why was that the case? And the real reason might be that although they went there to do the ransom, she may have died on the journey home to where they were taking her. She was no longer alive, but they said to themselves, we need the money still. We have to go through with this because this is what we set out to do. We want the money. So let's just go ahead and throw the ransom letters together. We're not going to offer proof of life. We're going to give them the hard line. And the hard line is that you do it our way. We set the terms. We don't even tell you that you're necessarily going to get the body. We'll imply it, but we're not going to tell you how. We're not going to give you any identifiers. Just give us the money. And so the only reason that they would give a real hard line like that, you would think, is that if she was no longer alive. And if this is true, and I'm saying if we go by appearances, how everything looks, then if you were to say, well, let me just put out the 5 questions to him, well, if she was dead, it wouldn't matter because she wouldn't be alive to answer them. So I'm just saying that there's a good probability that she could have been dead because by all appearances, by the ransom letters themselves, since they did not provide anything within them to let them know that, hey, Nancy is alive and this is the information in here that proves that this is the case, since that wasn't provided, you have to basically go with the fact that it's logical to believe that she wasn't alive at that point. So when I say I'm giving you the counter logic back, that is the counter logic. Go ahead.
Well, let me counter that logic on both Carolyn and your points. Number one, the family doesn't communicate with them in private. There's no way in hell they have any way to send the ransom person any message, any way through electronic means of any kind.
What do you mean?
Only
Even
way-
if he sent the ransom note through Proton, they can still respond.
Please.
Okay.
No. None of that's going to trace back anywhere. The only way they can communicate with them is through the television, through a public, go push a YouTube video. Just do what she does. Go on NBC, whatever it is she was doing. Instagram. That's how that's the only way. That's the only random way. That's the only disconnected way. That's the only way to talk to the kidnappers. You're not sending them any other kind of message through other clandestine means. No way. There's no way they would have the perpetrators caught if they could do that. That's ridiculous.
No.
So
Do you know there's servers like?
Let me just talk. The only way they can communicate with these people is by public means in a public broadcast way. Okay, so that locks down part of the problems y'all are criticizing on. There can't be any private thing, follow up, or anything. It has to be back out in the public. Now, the 5 questions cannot be asked to Nancy ahead of time. That doesn't prove anything, because whether she's alive or not, because they're controlling the questions. No, the questions have to come from the Guthries and nothing to do with the ransomers, because the ransomers could be smart enough that he died on us, and we're hopefully before she died even, just as a backup because her medical condition. The smart thing would have done was to interrogate Nancy with some unique things so they could just say to her innocently, while she's still alive, we need to send a message to your family so you're alive. You got to give us some unique information. But then they would be controlling the questions and controlling your lifetime timeline. You can't do that. You can't trust that. The only thing you can trust is from the family out in the open, asking these random questions, whatever the number is, and then they have to respond. And this is all I'm just trying to say. It's a fatal flaw in the whole thing, because then the ransomers did answer Cameron the next day. So they were in communication this way. They should have just put that out. Well, anyway, because that then gives the family the option in the world to process this trauma. Because there's worldwide trauma here. There's worldwide. If you look at all the people that are involved in it, look at me. I don't know these people. I don't have any psychological investment in it. And I mean, this is sort of an intellectual, emotional thing to me. But there's a whole lot of people out there that are really, even way more upset emotionally about this and are traumatized by this. And so you have to think on the next level thing in handling this case the way it is, all right? So I'm just saying, in my opinion, they had an absolute obligation to try to verify through the only means they could, which is another Instagram thing, giving some questions out so that we could all learn whether the ransomers answer the questions and Nancy's still alive. And to me, I would think that the ransom, let me finish.
I was just coughing. I was coughing. Sorry.
Yeah. What I want to say is that, to me, this would be golden for the ransomer. I mean, for them to either, if she's still alive, to respond, because this gives them another emotional driven high of this whole thing with the worldwide, media event, spectacle, that if she's alive, they're going to answer that question. They answered it. They did answer the next day, so they're willing to communicate and be threatening and foreboding, whatever, and pay up. But they also, I would think this would just give them a thrill. If Savannah and them had thought of asking these kind of questions to them, then, I would think they would answer them. Obviously, if she's dead, they're not going to answer them. But this doesn't hurt the ransom thing or really their thing one way or the other. I mean, the families already can know she's going to be alive or dead with this situation. But at least to me, it's like a determinative thing for the family whether they're going to pay $4 million or not. In this case, $6 million, because that went up on Monday. I don't remember the exact amount, but $6 million or something. Do they? Because here's the outcome of all of this is that as we go down this timeline, and Savannah is still releasing out Instagrams and her trauma and all this, and now we're going to have a special, on this and everything. It doesn't seem to me that it should have. To me, it was irrelevant whether she was alive or not. I would have paid the ransom. I guess everybody knows that, whether she's dead or alive. But there is this question, that now that the family has accepted she's dead, okay, because we just see that through the presentation of them all dressed in black, and her also now talking about just getting her body back in resolution so they can have a memorial service and all that. And there's this $1 million offer for somebody to rat out the criminals. Okay. So that's a devaluation in a monetary amount, right? To recover the body at this point, it's only $1 million. But you did have a chance at some point with $6 million to find out whether she was give the ransomers one last chance, and the world, all the people interested in the media, to say that they asked these ransom guys the questions that could have proven whether she was alive or not, and they didn't answer, and so now the family decides whether to pay the ransom or not. Hallelujah if they answered. You would assume that they want Nancy to be alive, right? And if the ransom people still had her alive, that would be glorious for them being paid. So, you should ask those questions so you can get an answer to it. On both sides, it's to the advantage to answer. If she's alive, and if she's dead, at least then you would really know in black and white terms that she's really likely dead at that point, And then you decide whether it's worth $6 million to you or something to pay the ransom at that point to maybe recover her body. But anyway, I don't know.
Anyway. But yeah, I just want to say something. Even if they're sending it through on an encrypted email server like Hushmail or Proton or whatever the others are, you can still write back to that person.
No, they would never absolutely do that. The FBI and everything have all this wired up, but that's not the way they were communicating anyway. The communication was coming in through the news organization's tip line. It's an email tip line based, or some type of. It actually, the way they described it is an online forum thing. So it's not even through email. It's a web forum. Okay. So there was no email thing through the way the news organization describes all this. You can just go to their website. They have a tip line there, and it's a web form. It's not an email address, and you just fill it out online, and that's the way they communicated both times. But believe me, there are no way are they gonna no way is that gonna be traceable back to them any type of communication that way. I mean, that's not happening. The family, the only way the family is communicating with this group is in a public forum on Instagram or something. You know, the ransom people are totally safe from being tracked, and they're not going through any other email way. No way. And they're not going to be traceable back that way. It's, you know, they already would have been by now. You know, they caught the Kalea guy.
Yeah, but he might have went through an email or something, left some. He wasn't thinking maybe, but
I'm just trying to say there is no private communication with these ransom people. They're way smarter than that. All you could do is talk to them out in the open. So anyway,
Well, I've listened to it, and I think that Space Cat is right, and the reason why is because, so obviously the FBI was willing to go unorthodox, and what I mean by that is that the ransom letter stated, we need you to do X, Y, and Z, and the FBI basically wanted to coach the family and say, well, don't do what they say, we want you to do this instead, which basically shows that they had the leeway, they had the latitude to go ahead and respond differently than what the ransomers wanted. And so they had the option that they could have posed those questions. They just as well could have posed those questions. And it was just to basically get a tell. That's all you're looking for is a tell. Because if they don't respond and they don't acknowledge, it's basically, you can't infer 100% that Nancy is no longer alive, but you can say that either A, they don't want to play your game, and they're just not going to let you have the upper hand. Because essentially, when someone says, I'm going to lay out the terms of the bargain, and this is how it's going to be, and someone else comes back and says, well, okay, I'll accept your terms as long as you allow me to validate you. Well, that's basically calling into question the ransomer. You know, when the ransomer says basically like, I don't need you to validate me, I just need you to follow what it is that I'm asking. And so when you challenge the ransomer back by saying, no, I want some identifiers from you, it doesn't necessarily mean that ransomer then is going to say or feel obligated, even if they can and Nancy is alive, to follow back and say X, Y, and Z. But I think that it would be in their best interest. The other part of it is too, is that they still could have played it out. The Guthries could have played it out to where they just could have paid for the body. All they would have needed to do is just pay for the body and taken it to that degree. And they did not do that. And that, I think, was the fatal error. I think, you know, one of the best questions to ask Savannah, and it came up in the chat tonight, or not in the chat tonight, but in our discussion, and that is, why didn't you pay when she gets interviewed? If she is to be interviewed again, the question is why didn't you and the family pay the ransom? You know, when they go in front of all of the American audience, and we see them so distraught, and it's difficult for me, it's difficult for everyone to see them in this kind of mental condition, and you say to yourself, my God, they had the money, they had more than enough money. It wasn't as if they had to scrape the bottom of the barrel to pull that money. They had more than enough. And so the obvious question is, and even with the FBI, if the FBI said, listen, they haven't given you proof of life, we don't know if they're real, they could be fake, this could be hoaxes. Even if that was the case, Savannah still had the final call, she had the power of the purse, she had all the money, and so the question would be to ask her, if it ever gets posed, why didn't you and the family pay? I mean, it was their last straw, basically. It was their last straw, because even if the ransomers said, yeah, well, we made out on this one, we'll just never tell her where the body is, and we'll just take the money and run. Well, then at least you gave it your best shot as a family. And you put your money out there, you put your money where your mouth was, but in this particular instance, without even anything like that, then you may never know where Nancy is, and you may never catch these people. So I will credit Space that is something that they should have exercised at least to get a tell. And they had the ability to do it, and they were willing to be unorthodox. They proved it in the way that they were trying to use the family as a way to bypass the instructions that were in the ransom letter. So I think that's a good point, Space.
Yeah, and I got the piece de resistance here.
Tell me.
You know, here it is on the coup de grace on this whole thing I've been obsessing over too. What they're doing here is this is Russian roulette. They have to understand this is 100% Russian roulette, and they have to play the game. Sorry, you're playing the game, period. And we got the bullets and we got the weapon. You're gonna have to pull the trigger. If you don't pull the trigger, well, they're dead anyway. Okay, so but see what I'm getting at is who's to say that they? I mean, you could just prove she's alive. They could answer the question the next day and prove she's alive, and then they pay the money, and then the person just goes and dumps her out in the desert and kills her and never tells where they are anyway. So that's my Russian roulette thing. I mean, in fact, this is worse than Russian roulette in a way. I mean, they had to. I mean, they had a total control. You know, is what I'm saying, as to whether she lives or not, whether she's alive or not. They have to pay first, you know, and then depend on the ransomer to get back the body alive, even if they gave proof of life. So, and you see, there really was no choice. You had to pay that, in my opinion. Whether, you know, you just had to pay it. I guess if you should have gotten the tell, I guess, because then maybe I guess you could decide if you want to go through the trauma and all that, not to pay the $6 million, and they didn't respond back with her proof of life, then I guess you value her dead body differently, and trauma of all that, not getting her back. But you still had, no matter what you were doing, you still had to depend on the ransomer ultimately, even if she was alive, to give you back the body alive.
It makes me wonder. It makes me wonder that since no proof of life had been offered, that if the FBI said something along the lines to the Guthrie family, well, we think we're closing in on them now, and we think that we may know who it is, and we think we have a good idea, pretty much that we do know who it is, and so don't go ahead and put your money out there because we're going to go ahead and crack this anyway. And that might have been incentive for her to say, like, okay, well, they've got this under control. And because there was a point in time where even maybe the FBI believed that they did have somebody that was in the target, you know, that they're thinking this person was it. And that was during the time frame, I think. Well, maybe it was afterwards, that when the ransom had expired, so to speak. But even so, long story short, is that if Nancy had died very soon after they had taken her, but they said to themselves, we still have to make a try for the ransom. We still have to see if we can get her to pay. Then it would make sense that they're at least going to try and make a go for it, you know, and that's the only reason that I could think that, you know, that it went as far as it did, that they went ahead and wrote the ransom letters if she was dead because they still wanted to try and see if they could get the money.
Yeah, anyway, but I guess that, I mean, the fact that the family didn't do this other tell thing, I mean, and I would think they would have thought of all these things through, because there's 4 of them at least trying to work the problem just within the family alone. And they have to realize that, and certainly, you know, I'm not that great a thinker. I don't think things out totally. I mean, we have to discuss these things so many times over and over. It's like, you know, it took all this time talking, and then just when I talked previously, I said the coup de grace, the Russian roulette, or whatever. I didn't really fully realize, look, this whole family totally dependent whether Nancy was alive then or not is sort of irrelevant anyway. I mean, in a sense, you see what I'm saying? Because they ultimately control whether he would die if the ransom was paid or not.
That's true.
Just disappear the body, even if she was alive.
That's true.
I mean, yeah, and so it is possible this crime could have, again, the way that the crime is to me is there's an emotional attraction to make this a spectacle, a media event. They've gotten some benefit from this by all the media event and the ongoing aspects of it, but they didn't collect the money. But it seems like they, at least they got out of it, and ultimately you could say like Carolyn, or like it still could be, maybe the end game was just to play the ransom game as part of the murder thing for whatever reasons, as a delaying tactic, or, I mean, that's kind of crazy to me. I mean, I think they absolutely wanted the money, but maybe the money isn't the total end point of the satisfaction of the work. Some aspect of the mastermind is getting some satisfaction out of this crime anyway, whether they got the money or not, But it could be ultimately even that this is a really cruel event, and it's designed to be sadistic and torturing and traumatize the family and the nation, every people around the world, to just kill her and everybody disappear. I mean, they're really sicko people that might have even a better benefit from that than having received the ransom and then return the body. I mean, that still could have been the ultimate outcome. But see, that all I'm trying to say is the family had no choice but to pay in that sense, because even if Nancy was alive then, they're still dependent on this criminal to return the body alive if they wanted to. So I don't know, man.
I got a good one for you. So after we got done last night, I was sitting there thinking about the face of this perp on the porch, and the eyes have always looked distinctive to me. And it's kind of like if you've ever looked at somebody in a picture and you look at their eyes, and if you ever think like, I've seen that person before somewhere. I know I've seen someone that looks like this person. And it was always in the back of my mind, and when I was looking in those eyes, I kind of felt like I was looking at somebody that looked very similar that I had seen before, and it finally dawned on me that who it reminded me of was Muhammad Atta. That name ring a bell, you guys?
No.
That's one of the terrorists?
Yeah. Muhammad Atta was one of the ones that was in the plane that flew into New York.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, one of those four. That's one of those guys. And so so I pulled up a picture of him to look at his eyes and his face, and it did remind me of the guy. Yeah, it was.
Well, that's why people were saying, Middle Eastern.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And I remembered what you had said about that, like if someone said to me when I looked at those eyeballs, if they said, now listen, I want to set up a scale here for you, and I want you to rate on this scale that, from 1 to 10, how much more does this person look either Hispanic or Mediterranean or Egyptian, Iraqi, whatever, however you want it, Middle Eastern, in the scale, and you set that up, because I really do think that there is a difference even between Hispanic eyes and, say, someone who is Egyptian. Those are different eyes even there. And so I almost think that those kind of eyes look more Middle Eastern than they do Hispanic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I thought when that had that one guy, I thought his eye, I don't usually, like everyone, I'm like, I don't see that. But I saw that one, the one that said he's been in Jordan since 2019.
Well, the names that were going around, supposedly, that were put out on X, by the three-letter YouTuber that listed all the names, and the names were Arabic. They were Arabic names, and so Middle Eastern names. And I thought that was very interesting because, for example, they just as easily there could have been a list of Hispanic names. You know, names that ended like with EZ, you know, that we were clearly Hispanic, but none of them had Hispanic sounds to them. They all sounded, does anyone else disagree, or did it sound? Go ahead.
I got some thoughts about that because I'm aware of that situation, and I'll just tell you, here we go again with misinformation on the internet, and I don't know who's starting it, but we certainly know 3 letters does this all the time. And, at least he used to. Okay, at least.
Hold on. You're talking about another channel, and Carolyn warned us about.
No, I said he can just say another channel. It's on another channel.
Okay, that's right. Okay.
Well, I'm not who it is. Come on, it doesn't matter. We can be identifying to that level. Okay, the point is that all I'm trying to say is, in the mix of this thing, I heard that, and I saw the thing, and the way the story started with this person was that this was somebody, excuse me, Scottsdale, a gun store owner up in Scottsdale was approached supposedly by the FBI, and this is the list of names. There were more names than just what was there. I think he said 20 or something, and it looked like on that list there were maybe 8 or so. And these supposedly trace back to Persian names. And immediately, I mean, that sort of raises a red flag too, because we're at war with Iran now and all that. So here we go. This could be a scammy right there, you know, because there's a lot, you know, just the conspiracy people are going to flood. This game is going to be promoted, you know, no matter what. You know, somebody with a Persian Iranian connection, and then you got the gun owner, and then here's the other. Then this is what's weird. Then I saw somewhere else later, okay, because he posted up the image where the names were listed, and I don't know whether that came off of Facebook, a Twitter, a whatever,
Yeah.
whatever it was. Okay.
It came off of that.
Yeah. And so then later, when this was talked about, I believe by some other streamer, okay, they posted up a picture of this, and it came off a Tucson source, and they were promoting it like this was somebody from Tucson with these names. So, you know, there's this game of telephone that could be playing or whatever, or the conspiracy that we're going to tie it back to the Iranians because we're at war, all this kind of stuff. But already the source location was 2 different locations. You know, maybe from somebody reposting it, or the streamer found it somewhere else. You know, so all I'm just trying to say that, you know, you got to go to the source and then verify it. So somebody, to know whether this is real or not, you got to find out the gun owner up in Scottsdale, which is part of Phoenix area, right in that region, and verify, because they're already posting it that this was in Tucson area with the same list. Somebody's
Caroline,
posting that.
Yes.
Is it possible, I'm sorry if I interrupted, Space Cat. Is it possible that you could Google, just out of curiosity, the source of where those names are, and see if the names pop up? I think it's going to show the names.
The names that came from a Scottsdale, Arizona gun owner, store owner.
Yeah. And I think it's going to show who
The
posted
last
it.
names are shown. Yeah, that can be found on the internet, whoever this list of suspects are.
Right. Yeah.
But
Because someone in the chat asked who the names were. That's why I'm bringing that up.
The list of 18 to 24 names and photos presented to an Arizona gun shop, specifically Armor Bearer Arms in Tucson. But you said it's Scottsdale, right?
That's what I thought it was, but go ahead.
It says an FBI agent, Philip Martin, visited Philip Martin, the co-owner of Armor Bearer Arms, with a 3-page list to cross-reference. Martin, who describes the names as uncommon, checked his electronic records and found no matches among his customers. The agent indicated they planned to visit other firearms. Okay, I'm not seeing anything there.
That's old news. That doesn't have anything to do with this one.
Okay.
That's weeks ago when the FBI was out.
Okay. All right.
Going to.
I'm just looking, and I don't see anything with these other where the other name came from.
Well, I do know if you just type in JLR and then a space and then X and then Middle Eastern names, you typed in that phrase, it's probably going to bring up information that will lead you to those exact names that are listed.
Yeah, or Persian. See, as soon as something
Persian,
like
right.
that seemed to come out from a streamer. I don't recall, and this is where somebody like Ashley Banford and Brian, they're all following this guy, 3-letter guy, so they would immediately, in my opinion, try to verify this and even probably communicate with him because they all know each other.
Banfield quoted JR.
They've mentioned each other. Okay, all three of them amongst themselves. So all I'm trying to say is that to get any more substance out of this thing, you would want a major reporter to say something about this, to comment, at least, right? Or do your gumshoe work and call the. I think the Jay revealed the name of the gun shop up there in Scottsdale, but there can't be that many. Anyway, all I'm trying to say, this guy is supposedly trying to put out this information, but we don't know whether it's real or not because of all the scammy stuff that happens, and it's already kind of shady to me because these are all Persian names, and we're at war with Iran, and on top of that, I've seen it talked about by another streamer where they put up a screenshot saying it's from Tucson and not from the Phoenix area. So already there's this, you see what I'm saying? I mean, the information gets so distorted so fast, you can't trace it even back right. So what does that tell you? It tells you.
Well, I believe I saw Banfield. I believe Banfield was the one who was referencing JLR, and that was what surprised me because normally I would be skeptical of anything that JLR would say, but I believe it was Banfield who was the one that was saying that JLR had posted the names, and that's why it caught my attention, you know. But it's neither here nor there. I mean, go ahead.
Well, it'd be interesting. I know that I saw it. Maybe I saw it then from Ashley, where she posted up the names, but then it had a Tucson origination or origin source. So anyway, it's all confusing. But yeah, somebody can follow that up or whatever, right?
So one thing that is interesting, and you kind of hinted at it, Space Cat, but I didn't really think about it, and I'm not sure whether we're getting the whole story or not, but this is a good example. So if there were, and I'm just putting this out there, but if there were, say, 20 or 25 names, or even more than that were presented, but somebody wanted to skew the story and say, oh, well, we'll cherry pick these names out and not include the other names that were in there to make it sound like the original story was about this group of people when in fact there were other names in there and they just didn't disclose those names to make it sound as if it was directed more at, say, a Middle Eastern or Persian population. So do you think that was done, or because I mean, all we're seeing is I think all that I saw was about 8 names, yet we supposedly hear that there's like over 20 names.
Something's glitching on Twitter.
Really?
Yeah, because if you search the hashtag Nancy Guthrie,
Yeah.
it's telling me under latest there are no results. That's crazy. And I've refreshed the page and everything. That's crazy.
Well, I can tell my experience with X is they do upgrades and they glitching. They have so many glitches, it's ridiculous. So I know, you know, it's shitty. They don't know how to upgrade and do their software. There's so many scripts with that means nothing. It could still even be there tomorrow morning, whatever this is. My experience with X, and I've spent an inordinate amount of time, like I said, on X in the past, not at all recently, but I've seen these glitches. I mean, it's a disaster with stuff that disappears and comes back, even your email and your messages, and it's probably just, you know, it's just it doesn't have anything to do with conspiratorial with Savannah. I mean, whatever, in my opinion. It's just a typical glitch they have. But I just, my suspicion about this thing, also if you just look at the wording of those, if you look at the wording of those names, they don't even look real, a bunch of them to me. This is like garbage. I didn't look at them closely, and I didn't enter into a Google search, but I think some of them were just like...
You saw it too, Matt? Yeah, nothing comes up. Something's weird. Something always comes up when you search hashtag Nancy Guthrie.
Yeah. Well, you can just go down his timeline. He doesn't post that much.
No, but there's nothing coming up. It's like Twitter wiped it out.
Yeah. And I'm saying that's just a glitch, and a glitch in the matrix. It'll come back up. Who knows when? It could take. I've seen them take 24 hours at least. Where they've knocked out everybody's emails and stuff. I mean, it's crazy.
I know, and I have no posts on my page. None of us have any posts on our page. Every account has no posts on their page. All the posts are gone.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's coming up on Facebook a little bit. I've not been able to scroll all of it yet, but I just hit it really quick, and they are talking about it there.
That's so weird.
Anyway, what I think what should be done, a clue to this whole thing, is to go ahead and Google those names.
I wonder if Iran is knocking out our Twitter.
Yeah, everybody will think there's some kind of hack going on.
Well, there have been. They did hack some things before. It could be. Who knows?
Sure, if they got the capability, they're going to do it. Russia could be helping them, and China too. I mean, it's hackable. But it's also
no one. I'm telling you, no account has any post.
He may have taken down. He may have taken down those names because I did not.
No, you don't understand. No one has any posts. I'm going to everyone's page. There are no posts from anybody anymore. I'm going to people that just come up on no one has any posts. They're all gone.
100% likely. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just saying this is 100% likely a damn glitch and upgrade. X is always screwing shit up. They're screwing stuff up on their site. This is nothing new to me. So before jumping to the conclusion that this is Iran, and no, I think it's
I just put it out there. It wasn't my conclusion. I just said maybe.
It doesn't matter. X is bulletproof as far as some kind of permanent hacking here. I mean, they can be under attack. Maybe this is something from Russia or whatever, but I have 100% confidence that whatever it is, they'll bring it back up. It may take 24 hours. And
nobody does, Matt. Nobody has any Hi, Lavender. X must be. It's not down. I can still get there, but they have no post.
So I have a question for you, Space.
Yeah.
So at what point did you first come to the realization that you believed that the ransom letters were real? How long ago was it?
That's easy. I want to play back the audio from that lady that called her in, because I was convinced this is an ego-driven murder media event that, whether it's directly tied to Savannah or Nancy, didn't matter to me. It likely was, but I think the whole thing was triggered by the media event, gave them the what do you call it, the seed, the planted the seed for this whole idea to come about. And I still think that, at least as far as that. But I thought it was, ultimately a revenge, some type of thing that's also to get at both of them or one of them. That didn't really matter. I just didn't think it was really a ransom at that point. And plenty of, this is something we still talk about this, but even just yesterday, a bunch of the people in the streamers, a bunch of the detectives, a certain percentage, now it's not the majority, but there's still a certain percentage that are saying this is totally fake. Total bullshit, 100%, they are convinced this is bullshit, all right? And so that's still out there with, I could name the names, and these are reputable people that are constantly, they're on Nancy Grace and all these shows. So they're on all of them, so they could still pull up detectives that are just totally do not believe in any way, shape, or form that the ransom notes are connected back to the abductors, the kidnappers. Which, of course, that's totally bizarre, because you listen to the sheriff, you listen to the FBI, But what turned my mind on this whole thing was this lady doing out these logic flows. And see, that's what's made me more attentive to try to, that's why you have to talk about these things in some cases over and over, and we get frustrated like I did with you, and that hurts your feelings, and apologize for it, but you have to think things thoroughly out from a whole bunch of different angles to get to the real answers, and that's where this lady, who I said is a social worker that, has probably her master's or PhD, probably her master's at least, but anyway, and she's helping, her career has been to help children with major emotional deficiencies. It could be like autism or other, emotional traumas, whatever, abuse, all that kind of stuff. And there might be some physical handicap aspect to it, whatever. But that's sort of her background. And then she, then during COVID, her mother got unwell, and so she had to do telecounseling or whatever with this group of people, and that became very frustrating with her to do that over online, because she could see that wasn't effective. So that was kind of real depressing for her, because she couldn't really help the people as much as she thought, because the COVID isolated them to the telehealth thing. And then she had to help her mother more and more. Anyway, that's sort of her background. But she called in to one of these shows, and it was Dr. Gary, start the B.
Mercado.
Yeah, Mercado. He was playing the devil's advocate with this lady, okay, that called in. So timeline-wise, it's just recent. I mean, I think it's within 7 days or less. I don't remember the day, but I talked about it in here very recently. I think less than a week ago. But totally flipped me, and I had to hear some of her ideas, start questioning myself, and then every time, then new things would come up, new obstacles, whatever, and I would start thinking them through more thoroughly, and it's just an obsession, right? So, but so now, yeah, I'm convinced the whole thing. See, here's the problem. This is
perfect example is this Iranian thing that's just cropped up with Jay, whatever. All right, now we see it's already sourced from different cities, and to me, those last names are some of them just look like gobbledygook to me. Anyway, but this is the same thing that happened with the ransom. At the very beginning, all the news people.
It's coming back. It's back on Twitter now, guys. Twitter's back.
Yeah. Including Banfield, Nancy, all the major players, the streamers and stuff, were all complaining that the ransom note can't be real. It's got to be fake. A lot of them were saying much more so because the ransom note came in late. It's got to be totally fake because look at the Kalea guy. His came in like 3 days later or something. I don't know what his date. I haven't followed his thing exactly, but they jumped on him and jumped on this thing, and then it smothered the reality that in truth the ransom code came in at exactly the right time the next day. If you're really committing ransom and it's real, to me that was like a perfectly timed ransom though, because it came in right at 5 p.m. On the time zone that Arizona's in, which gives the news programs further east still the news zone, and it was already blown to a national event and going international on Monday. So to me, the ransom note became 100% real because all this bullshit that all the other people were telling us was this note was delivered late, and that's just fake. And so they just could pull up information from the news, and all that scenario was laid down, and I just swallowed it up because I don't check everything and verify everything. And then when she questioned this stuff with Brucato, I realized she made sense. And then Brucato would try to play. He said, "I'm going to play devil's advocate," and he tried that with her, and she countered, and he had to admit that his counterpoint didn't work. I mean, she had a better reasoning than he did. So they complimented her for a call and all that. I just don't remember the streamer right now. Oh, I do now. I know you want to go back and listen to this. Okay. So go to the lab. That's the YouTube channel guy. Okay. And he has Ricardo. Ricardo. And anyway, you can go back and find this lady on there. Her name's B9, something like that. Now she's come on there at least 2 different days, at least. So you'll have to find the first one about a week ago. But if you want to pinpoint the date and time, it's when that was published, because I listened to it that day. Maybe not live, but it's her call in that totally reversed my change, and then I realized, oh man, I got it.
All right, we have 5 minutes before we go to the word game.
Yeah, if I really want to find,
I would just share then what kind of influenced me to think about it. And this is just for people in the chat, because we all come to different determinations, and I would believe that there's probably a few people in the chat who feel exactly the same way they did when they first heard the case about who did it and how it happened, and that probably many people evolve in their way of thinking and interpreting potentially evidence and who might be guilty. And so originally, I will tell you that I thought that Annie and Tommaso were guilty. It was the first thing in my mind, and the reason why that was because, typically speaking, it is somebody in the family.
You always look,
like
yeah, absolutely. You always look at the family first, the spouse, Mm-hmm.
And so I thought, it's obviously them. But as the weeks wore on, and I'm noticing that they're not being arrested, and then thinking and I knew that they had the investigatory tools to piece it together, whether they really were involved or not, and I'm not seeing any movement on that end, and then one day I started thinking about it after they had came on TV as the family and had made their pleas, and I looked at how desperate they were in their faces, and I really did believe. I know that there were some people who looked at, in particular, Annie and said, "Well, she's not believable at all." But I looked at them and I did believe that they really were deeply grieving and they were wanting their mother back, and that was when I began to believe that the ransom letters must have been real. Because why would these people be getting on TV? You know, and that when I started walking it backwards, thinking, okay, well, the FBI told them it was real. They had to have, you know. And then, well, how did the FBI know that it was real? Well, the FBI investigated the things in the letters and verified what was said in the letters and found those things to be credible, you know. And so when I walked it backwards in time and arrived at how the FBI reached their own conclusions enough to approach the family, that then it became crystallized at that point. And I thought, my goodness, you know, these people really took that woman, and that's exactly what they planned to do, and it wasn't the family, and it just was shocking to think that someone could do that outside of the family, because it's so counter of what we would expect. We would expect someone to be, you know, very personal and doing this for personal reasons, and lo and behold, you know, looks like an outsider. But anyway, I know we're getting close to the word game.
Yeah.
I'm just getting warmed up, man.
Okay.
But we can save other subjects for other nights. But just in case people are confused about my thinking, I mean, I am leaning towards this being 2 or more people. That's my, you know, even though I keep going back trying to figure out how one person could have done this and all this kind of stuff. I mean, because that's possible, but I'm, you know, there becomes, like, the blood evidence thing becomes a lot more tricky about that being one person getting out the door and having the blood spatter be all that way. But then I sort of figured out, well, how it could be that way and still be one person. Because like I said, you could, when he's, I mean, why I still could say it could be a one person could get her out the door this way, and there is a logical explanation why there's a pause there and a puddling of blood outside that door and all that. It could still be one person, you know.
I agree 100%. But the reason why I think of 2 is not necessarily because I know that there's mirror explanations that for the 1 and 2 that you can put reasonable, plausible explanations for 1 or 2 people and explain the blood pattern there. But for me, what sways for the 2 people factor is that when someone would be planning this, you would be very intimidated to do it alone. You would have to have an incredible amount of chutzpah to do this alone. And it just strikes me as much more the type of scenario that would be appealing and want to be done by 2 people, when that other person knows that they've got a wingman, they've got a lookout, they've got someone that all they got to do is get on that walkie-talkie and say, "I'm ready, let's go." You know, have their little code word, and that's all they need to do. You know, and the person drives their car right up there and get Nancy out there. And really, to me, this is the whole thing, is that you want this to be quick. And it's not to say that one person could move Nancy very quickly. If they got the fireman's carry and they did it quick, they could move her quickly. But it's much easier doing it quickly with 2 people. And so I just lean toward the most reasonable, plausible strategy would be 2 people.
Yeah.
Good, Matt.
Obviously, yes. Ideally, 2 people or more is helpful in all in many ways. It's also a very handicapping or risky thing in other ways. So who knows? But one thing that does, as far as the quickness of the incident or whatever, that wasn't a quick.
I mean, if this was meant to be an in and out deal, that it was not that, right? It's 40-something minutes, and, you know, whether, I mean, if I was one person, I could do it much faster than that amount of time. Just,
I don't think it was 40 minutes, though. I don't think it's 40 minutes.
well, the camera is disabled at a set time, and the pacemaker is disconnected at 40-something minutes later. How do you get around that? You can't.
I thought we mentioned it, but if we didn't, what I had said, how I see that happening is that the perp came up there and wanted to make sure the coast was clear and the police weren't coming. So the Nest camera was disabled at 1:48 p.m. and he walked away, and whether he went back to the getaway car and sat in there with his buddy or whatever he did, but he went away long enough to make sure that nobody was coming. And they maybe have sat and watched a scanner, if indeed they had one, but whatever the case is, that he wanted to make sure that nobody was coming and nothing was happening. And when nothing was, then he came back around 2:12. That was when he scaled the back fence. That was when it caught him on the camera. You know, and his buddy all the time is sitting out in the car waiting because all he wants to hear is the guy say, "I got her, I'm ready." You know, and so he goes in there and I think that they knew the sliding glass door was going to be open, but that's just a theory, and it's based on previous recon, because it's just the family did say that the sliding glass, that she had a tendency to leave that open. And so I think they just went right up in there and slipped right in, and it was a very sad thing after that. But I do think it was one person, and all that he needed was 15 minutes or less to get in there and do what he needed to do, wrap her up. And you know, he didn't go in there with a backpack with this fluffy tarp in there for no reason at all. So he had to have used it, had to have a purpose for that, and the most logical one is that it was to burrito wrap Nancy. So, you know, but anyway, that's how I would say that he doesn't need to be in that home for that amount of time, and that it would behoove him not to have been strategically if it was as well planned as we assume it was.
Okay, yeah, and then there's still the questionable thing about the second thumbnail picture. You know, could he have cased the whole thing ahead of time and done the notification check on a different day? And there's a lot of belief, including Savannah, who's still putting out that January 11th date. And then, of course, the sheriff has contradicted that as being 100% fact. And the FBI doesn't comment, I guess, on anything like that. So there's that ongoing controversy still about that. I will say an astronomer had said those are different dates because of the shadowing and everything, and he did figure the angle of the shadows to know that the timeline is right on the video, the motion video is right for the day and time that they're saying, that lines up with the police timeline. So he figured that out. So an astronomer's smart enough to do that, okay? And then he's saying the other thumbnail image is a different day. He didn't say, I don't think he went to the degree of saying which day. But so that leaves it open that, you know, I mean, if in my opinion, if this was cased and well thought out as well as it is, who's to say this guy didn't come up and approach the camera and, you know, get the thumbnail and see whether it triggers anything back then. So and then he just continues casing the place, and he knows he's safe, and he could have just a scanner on him, you know, to hear something.
It's something we can continue. It's something we can continue, but I want to be respectful because Carolyn did say that she wanted to shut it down and play the word game, and we're after 3:30 Space Cap.
Okay, yeah, they're playing the word game anyway. They're not. You know.
But I do want to continue that. I mean, that's all good stuff. That's all good stuff. It's good stuff for the future.
Yeah, I mean, what we really need to do is play out how one person could do this and why. Because I'm just saying, this creates a different motive set, a different type of criminal, a whole different scenario, right? And it still could be at that point, that scenario. We can't eliminate it. And I know you were saying yesterday, we gotta whittle things down at some point. We gotta eliminate some things and everything. And I agree with that. And I mean, I do believe in my just feeling opinion about it is that this is a 2 or more person deal. Okay. And it would take a lot to persuade me that one person's pulling this off, but I think it's a worthy intellectual exercise that you have to run through every option. Even solving a case, the detectives and everybody says you have to explore every possibility. And I don't think it's an extreme, ridiculous thing to say that one person could have done this at this point.
Well, maybe she will title up then the next session that will say something along the lines of Guthrie case, 1 or 2 abductors.
Well, yeah, one or more. Yeah, 1 or 2 or more.
Yeah, something like that.
Yes.
I mean, it's a good thing, right? It's a good thing to talk about because you can go back and forth on it, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well,
Very
the whole
good.
thing is that this gets at the motives, right? Because let's say this is where it escalates the probability. This is an example of why I'm looking at one person. If this is a one-person deal, then this person could motive would go way up higher to me, not to just collect the ransom, but to commit the murder too and disappear the body. Whereas the 2 or more, that goes way down on the probability list with me. But if it's a one-person deal, then it goes way up, in my opinion, that there's a high likelihood that their ultimate goal here is to play the ransom and maybe do the murder. They just didn't get the money because of, whatever the reason is, that didn't work out, but they still, this type of person is a loner, could be wanting to eliminate the body too, a much higher probability, and could even have done that early on, so.
Well, we definitely will have.
It also tells you about the personality type or I would think this would make the person much more emotionally attracted to the event, connecting back to Savannah and Nancy on some emotional connection there, right? And then the media thing being much more driven for this being a media event more important than the actual ransom. Because if you're 2 or more, you want that money, and ideally you don't want this given out to the FBI or the media or anything. You want it sent privately to the family, and it's all under the table, right? So,
Good job, everybody.
you know what I'm saying?
Okay, well, I had
Yeah.
quite a day, so
Okay.
I'm going to call it a night. Thanks for coming up, guys. Thank you for coming up, Gia and Jen, and we'll see you guys tomorrow's Thursday already, right? Oh, Thursday. Yeah,
Friday.
Thursday.
Don't you have to go to the dentist again?
No, I already had my surgery today.
And I wanted to say
Okay.
thank you to everyone who tolerated me in the chat.
Oh, okay. And yeah, it was fine. It was better. So at least we're getting off before 5 o'clock. That's good. That's always good. And
We're getting off 2 hours early.
yeah, that's good.
Everybody's gonna get
Yeah.
a really good rest.
Yeah.
And that is to say that we couldn't have kept going because we could have.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
All right.
No,
Well, I
I think
appreciate
it's-
everybody coming on, and
Rest day.
I don't know. B lady
And,
said she's coming on tomorrow, so we'll see if she does. She said she couldn't find her flat iron or something. I don't know.
Anyway, Jason, yeah, I know you're following all this stuff with the streams, and you probably know the streamer that I mentioned, but go listen to B9, whatever it is, B9 or 99, something like that. Anyway, go listen to B9 with Shadow, whatever is the Gary guy.
Okay.
Listen to her, and that's just in the last 7 days or so, and it's going to be the first time she called in. She called in this next day after
Okay.
Gary was there 2 days, and it's the first one where they go over stuff, and then she talks some more the second day. But the main info is there, because that's critical, really, for
All right.
anybody that wants to know about clear thinking or how you might flip your mind. At least you would then understand why I flipped my thinking, was that's the source. So there you go.
Okay. All right.
One last point.
Yeah.
I just want to say, if we keep going like this, Space, you know eventually that someone's going to call us Siskel and Ebert.
Well, we make a good pairing because, you need a more critical, kind of mean guy like me, and then a better facilitator and more open and calmer, and less judgmental. So, honestly,
It's all good. It's all good.
It's the
Okay.
imbalances make a balance or something,
All right, Carolyn.
Okay. All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow, everybody. Take care.
Have a good
Okay.
night, everybody.
Good night. And you guys over there, now I can say something. May the Lord bless you and protect you and give you his peace. Prayers for everyone in our community, because we all need prayers. I love you guys. Thank you for hanging with me. They make a good pairing. What am I on the side? He used to say that we made a good pairing. Now I've got cut out of that. And now I'm just, what am I? I'm chopped liver on the side. Isn't that nice? So if you're listening to this later and you want to put it in the comments if you think I'm chopped liver or am I something else, you can put it in the comments, okay? About if I'm chopped liver or if I'm something else, all right? All right, guys. Love you. God bless. Hi. Hey there, Pantino. Oh, no. I know. We got to go to bed. Well, we almost made it. Looks like we made it almost to 3:30. But chopped liver. Thanks, murder. Thank you. Oh, my goodness. Thank you, Matt. Thank you. All right, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to go to bed, and I took my antibiotic, and what do I have to do before I go to bed? I just have to go to bed now. All righty. Who called me chopped liver? No, I just felt like chopped liver because Space said him and James made a good pairing. I said he once said we made a good pairing. Now I'm completely left out. I'm like the Googler. I'm the Googler. That's what I am. You don't think I am, right, Pantino? I should do a poll. Tomorrow I'll do a poll whether I'm chopped liver, okay? All right. I know some of you are going to stick up for me. All right? All right. Don't worry. All right, everybody. Oh, the Twilight Zone talk was fun, too. All right, but I got in trouble because I was typing too loudly. Sorry for the typing too loudly, Danielle. And Danielle said somebody was doing something obscene in the background, and I still don't know what she meant by that. Danielle thought that Danielle, I don't know what the heck she said, that somebody was doing something really not okay for prime time in the background. All right. Anyway, see you later. Be good. You hate liver? Go to bed. Yeah, well, I'm going to bed. Don't worry about it. Wasn't you? Okay. I was eating a baked potato, so I don't know why she was saying that. I have no idea that. Okay? Panthino, take care. Call me Carolyn. Call me Bling. You can call me Bling, Panthino. Dookie calls me Bling. I miss you, Dookie. All right. Good night. Love you. Adios.